Even now, at the start of the 21st century, for all our advances, we still haven't eliminated the scourge of war.
In fact, the last 100 years have seen war waged on a greater scale than at any other time in human history.
In this new series, my son Dan and I will be examining some of the greatest battles of the 20th century. Battles that have shaped the world we live in today. We'll fly to the Pacific to find out how America turned the tide against Japan. We'll see what remains of the ravaged city of Stalingrad. We'll go to the Far East to visit the battlefields of Vietnam and the front line of the ongoing conflict in Korea, still unresolved to this day. We'll travel to the Falkland Islands, scene of the last war on British territory, and journey to the Middle East to describe battles at the heart of the blighted relationship between Arabs, Israelis, and the Western world.
The 20th century saw the most radical transformation ever in how battles were fought. It witnessed the last cavalry charge and the first nuclear bomb. More people, both military and civilian, were killed in the conflicts of the 20th century than in any other. Throughout this series, I'll be finding out what it was like for the soldiers, sailors and airmen who found themselves fighting often thousands of miles away from home. The enemy is not the only challenge in this dark and difficult terrain.
And I'll be analysing how the commanders devised new strategies to exploit revolutionary advances in technology. Our series begins here in northern France, at the start of the 20th century, with the most destructive war the world had yet seen.
The fighting involved tens of millions of troops from all around the world and led to a greater death toll than any previous war in history.
The First World War, the Great War, established the way that battles are fought to this very day. New weapons like tanks and aircraft were used for the first time with devastating effect.
There was one battle more than any other that harnessed the power of these new weapons to turn the tide of the war. It was fought here in northeast France on the Western Front in 1918. It was the Battle of Amiens.
By the beginning of 1918, Europe's superpowers had fought each other to a standstill on the killing grounds of northern France and Belgium.
A war that had been supposed to last 6 months had dragged on for 3.5 blood-soaked years. When the First World War began, nobody had expected the conflict would turn out the way it did. Germany and her coalition partners, Austro-Hungary, Bulgaria and Turkey, were fighting to secure dominance in Europe and the Middle East.
In the east, they had driven deep into Russia and captured huge swathes of land. And in the west, they'd invaded first Belgium and then France, expecting a quick victory. The British army, including men from Australia, Canada, and other countries of the Empire, had helped the French secure the rest of France, but they had failed to push the Germans out. By 1918, the Allies were still where they had been 3 years earlier, with the British holding the line closest to the Channel ports. The Great War had turned into a deadly stalemate. Battles like Passchendaele, Ypres, The Somme and Verdun, further down the Western Front, had resulted in a catastrophic loss of life on both sides, but the front line had hardly moved.
To break this deadlock, there would have to be a startling change of strategy. Without it, it seemed the war would never end.
The soldiers have been dug in here on the Western Front for the best part of 3 years, and they've been slogging it out in a chain of murderous offensives that seem to them to be pretty futile. Life in these trenches alternated between long periods of mind-numbing boredom and short moments of extreme danger.
There was nothing to be seen, only a line of earth and sandbags with occasional pieces of timber lying about. When you get tired of sitting, you can get up and have a peek between the sandbags. But a man can be in the trenches for a year and never have fired a shot.
The daily routine in the trenches was made infinitely worse by the fact that months of shelling had destroyed the landscape. What had been a countryside of rolling farmland was now one of utter devastation. For the men living and fighting in these dreadful conditions, it must have often seemed like the war was going to go on forever. But thousands of miles away from these trenches, events were now taking place that would bring these men hope that the end of the war was finally in sight.
Throughout the war, there had been a vicious fight for control of the Atlantic shipping lanes. At first, German U-boats only aimed to sink British vessels. By 1917, they made the mistake of targeting supply ships belonging to the United States of America.
For America's President Woodrow Wilson, this was an outrage too far, forcing him to declare war on Germany. After 3 years of watching and waiting, America was now firmly in the fight.
Hundreds of thousands of strong, fresh American troops would soon be arriving in northern France. It was exactly what the exhausted Allied soldiers on the Western Front had been waiting for. With this huge infusion of Americans, the balance of power should shift irreversibly away from the Germans into the Allies' favor.
As we marched through the town, the sidewalks were full of people. We felt so proud and important that such a fuss was being made over us. The French girls would jump in the ranks and throw flowers at us. Of course, we were looking forward to the great adventure ahead of us. We were looking forward to the fight.
From June 1917, the trickle of Americans arriving in France became a flood. But there was a problem with these American troops, nicknamed doughboys. They were raw, inexperienced recruits. Once they arrived in France, they'd need months of training to get them ready for battle. The fact was, the Allies would have to hold the line against the Germans by themselves for a while longer. And if that was bad news, there was worse to come from the war in the East.
Since the beginning of the war, Germany had been locked in battle with Russia on the Eastern Front. But by the beginning of 1918, this had changed dramatically. After seizing power in the Russian Revolution, communists made peace with Germany. With the war in the East at an end, in early 1918, hundreds of thousands of crack German troops could be freed up to fight on the Western Front. For the time being, the balance of power had swung in favor of the Germans.
But if the Germans were to win this war, they had to make their move before the Americans became fully operational. After 3.5 long years, the war had suddenly become a race against time. By spring 1918, it looked as if Germany would win that race.
Germany was counting on one man to deliver victory, their chief strategist, Erich Ludendorff. Ludendorff had presided over Germany's victory in the East. Now he planned to finish off the Allies in the West.
Ludendorff knew this could be Germany's last chance to win the war.
Even with freed-up German troops flooding in from the east, Ludendorff still didn't have the manpower to launch a general offensive all along the Western Front.
So he decided to focus on one part of the line. If he could push the British back into the sea, the French would be on their own, and the war would be as good as won. He came up with a plan called Kaiserschlacht, the Emperor's Battle. His troops would concentrate their attacks in a series of powerful punches. The first punch was aimed to drive a wedge here, between the British and the French, where the two armies met, just east of the city of Amiens.
Amiens was the most important city on the Western Front, but it lay only 39 miles behind a part of the front that was poorly defended. It was a key transport hub, vital for getting supplies and reinforcements up to the Allied trenches.
If Ludendorff could capture this city of Amiens, then he would divide the British from the French and cut their supply line. He chose March the 21st to launch his offensive and named it after Germany's patron saint, Michael.
A massive force of unprecedented strength and quality began to be put together for the offensives. The German army was scoured for the toughest, fittest, and most experienced soldiers. The weak and the old were transferred to the rear. Only the very best of all would be trained up as stormtroopers, specialist units of shock troops that would punch through the Allied lines.
The men of the storm battalions were treated like football stars. They lived in comfortable quarters, they did their jobs and disappeared again, and left it to the poor foot sloggers to dig in.
It wasn't just fresh troops Ludendorff was counting on. He intended to throw away the old rulebook on how to fight a battle. The front lines ran through these fields just here. This is where I'm standing, 40 miles east of Amiens. The German infantry were here, in a series of trenches skirting round the town of St. Quentin. Just a few hundred meters away across no man's land were the British infantry in their trenches. Their heavy guns further back, here and here. Usually an infantry attack was preceded by a long indiscriminate bombardment, lasting days if not weeks, to clear a path through enemy defences. The problem was that these long bombardments gave the enemy plenty of warning that an infantry attack was imminent. This time, Ludendorff planned a barrage of just 5 hours, but with more artillery guns than ever before. For the first 2 hours, a mixture of gas and high explosive shells would target the British artillery positions back here. Then they would fire on the British infantry positions further forward. The bombardment would keep the British hunkered down in their trenches. Exactly 5 hours after the bombardment started, the elite force of German stormtroopers would begin their advance. Ludendorff hoped that this artillery fire plan, coupled with the stormtroopers, would cause such mass confusion that the entire British front line would fall apart in just one day.
In Ludendorff, the Germans had a strong commander with a clear battle plan. On the Allied side, there was no man in overall charge. The British were led by Field Marshal Douglas Haig. He rarely saw eye to eye with the French Chief of Staff, General Ferdinand Foch. And now there was also the American commander, General John Pershing. There was little sign of coordinated leadership between the Allied commanders, and March 1918 would present them with their greatest challenge so far.
Across no man's land, the British Army were woefully unprepared to deal with any kind of offensive. The ground had frozen hard during the winter, so they didn't even have a proper network of trenches. On top of this, they'd had to take over an extra 42 miles of the front line to ease up pressure on the French. Worst of all, though, was the fact that the British government had been so horrified with the losses of 1917, they hadn't sent enough men to the front in 1918. The British Army was sitting ducks.
We cannot tell what even the next moment has in store for us. But what will this same spot be when the Germans attack? Bloody inferno. It may happen at any moment. A sudden jump from stillness into hell.
On the stroke of 4:40 a.m. on March the 21st, the eerie calm in the Allied trenches was broken by the heaviest bombardment of the entire First World War.
Six and a half thousand guns and 3,500 trench mortars fired virtually simultaneously along a 46-mile front in the greatest concentration of modern firepower to date. Into this brew of high explosive and razor-sharp shrapnel was mixed a concoction of lethal gases which hung in the air for hours, burning the eyes of soldiers and horses.
In the half-built British trenches, the German artillery bombardment was obliterating whole regiments at a time.
Hi, I'm late, I'm sorry.
Units were literally being wiped off the face of the earth. The British were being slaughtered.
Such hell makes weaklings of the strongest, and no human's nerves or body were ever built to stand such torture, noise, horror and mental pain.
At 9:40 a.m, the first wave of German troops scrambled forward in their gas masks through the fog. They were so well prepared. They had maps showing British gun emplacements sewn into their sleeves. They were Ludendorff's elite, the stormtroopers.
All morning, the stormtroopers forced their way through gaps in the Allied lines, which were already weakened by the artillery barrage. Armed with light machine guns, hand grenades and flamethrowers, they swarmed forward. Whenever they came up against particularly stubborn resistance, they'd skirt around it, looking... weak points elsewhere and seeking out the more exposed artillery positions in the rear. The stormtroopers left the job of mopping up any remaining strong points to the main infantry force moving up behind.
With gaps appearing all along the front line, tens of thousands of Ludendorff's regular German infantry now advanced, and were surprised at how quickly they broke through. The British had lost control of the situation.
We crossed a battered tangle of wire without difficulty, and at a jump were over the front line. The English jumped out of their trenches and fled by battalions across the open. They stumbled over each other as they fled, and in a few seconds, the ground was strewn with dead. Only a few got away.
Thousands of British troops were cut off and surrounded and forced to surrender at this remorseless attack. Thousands more, suffering from the effects of gassing, coughed and staggered their way to the rear, where they hoped to find some shelter. By midday, the British troops facing the attack had lost a third of their number.
A full-scale British retreat had begun. For days, the German advances continued. Then, on April the 5th, the Allies finally managed to stand firm just 11 miles from Amiens.
Ludendorff's first offensive had won a remarkable series of territorial gains for the Germans. That village is the furthest they got.
Here it is, Villers-Bretonneux.
They'd advanced 28 miles and made a massive dent in the British front line. But the British line had not broken. Over the next 8 weeks, Ludendorff launched 4 more offensives. Here, 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 and here. The last advance took them to within 37 miles of Paris. Each time the offensives fell short of that crucial breakthrough. Despite everything Ludendorff threw at them, the Allies were holding on.
The outcome of the First World War now hung in the balance. The Germans had extended their front lines so much, they were now stretched very thinly along the length of the Western Front, and the Allies were finally starting to regroup. It was a critical point in the race against time.
That would mark the tip of the German advance towards Paris. Control of it gave the Germans a key strategic foothold on the road to the French capital. If the Allies were to prevent Ludendorff from strutting down the Champs-Élysées, the German stronghold in Belleau Wood would have to be cleared.
In the blazing heat of June the 6th, Allied troops prepared to start their advance on this wood. But these men weren't British or French. Instead, the task of clearing Belleau Wood had been given to the United States Marine Corps. For the first time in World War I, the Americans were going on the offensive. Even though it had been 14 months since the United States had declared war on Germany, this had not been long enough to master modern tactics. Now the US Marines prepared to retake Belleau Wood in the old-fashioned way, advancing line abreast. Over their heads, American guns laid a barrage of shells to soften up the German defences. But the advancing Marines were in for a nasty shock. Hidden amongst the tightly packed trees, there were units of dogged German soldiers, veterans of the Russian front. They had the perfect cover for their machine gun nests and interlocking fields of fire. When the Marines got close enough, the Germans let rip.
We hadn't gone 50 yards when they cut loose at us from the woods ahead. More machine guns than I had ever heard before. I have a vague recollection of urging the whole line on faster. We came to an open wheat field, full of red poppies, and here we caught hell.
Some of the Marines fought their way through the machine gun fire and managed to establish a small foothold in this forest, but it cost them terrible casualties. Elsewhere on the battlefield, one young American officer was told to retreat by some French troops that were pulling back. He famously said, "Retreat? Hell, we just got here."
The difficulty with Belleau Wood was that you never knew where the front was. While you were fighting in one direction, all of a sudden, without warning, you would find there's some Germans to the rear that needed to be mopped up. That was Belleau Wood.
Five times the Marines made headway, 5 times they were beaten back. But on the 6th attempt, the Marines finally prized Belleau Wood away from the German grip. It had been a terrible cost. In their first encounter with the Germans, the US Marine Corps suffered 10,000 casualties. With the Allied victory at Belleau Wood, Ludendorff's path to Paris had been blocked. The Marines hadn't won the war, but they had helped save the Allies from defeat. More importantly, the Germans had come face to face with the Americans for the first time, and the doughboys had delivered a massive psychological blow to German morale. No one could now doubt that the Americans were in the war for real.
If those in front of us are fair specimens of the average American troops, and if there are as many as they say there are, then goodbye for us.
Throughout the spring offensives, Ludendorff had committed everything he had, and he now came face to face with the plain truth. That his army was exhausted and overextended, and he had lost more men than he could ever replace.
Over their heads, American guns laid a barrage of shells to soften up the German defences. But the advancing Marines were in for a nasty shock. Hidden amongst the tightly packed trees, there were units of dogged German soldiers, veterans of the Russian front. They had the perfect cover for their machine gun nests and interlocking fields of fire. When the Marines got close enough, the Germans let rip.
We hadn't gone 50 yards when they cut loose at us from the woods ahead. More machine guns than I had ever heard before. I have a vague recollection of urging the whole line on faster. We came to an open wheat field, full of red poppies, and here we caught hell.
Some of the Marines fought their way through the machine gun fire and managed to establish a small foothold in this forest, but it cost them terrible casualties. Elsewhere on the battlefield, one young American officer was told to retreat by some French troops that were pulling back. He famously said, "Retreat? Hell, we just got here." to lay through the machine gun fire and managed to establish a small foothold in this forest, but it cost them terrible casualties. Elsewhere on the battlefield, one young American officer was told to retreat by some French troops that were pulling back. He famously said, "Retreat? Hell, we just got here."
The difficulty with Belleau Wood was that you never knew where the front was. While you were fighting in one direction, all of a sudden, without warning, you would find there's some Germans to the rear that needed to be mopped up. That was Belleau Wood.
Five times the Marines made headway, 5 times they were beaten back. But on the 6th attempt, the Marines finally prized Belleau Wood away from the German grip. It had been a terrible cost. In their first encounter with the Germans, the US Marine Corps suffered 10,000 casualties. With the Allied victory at Belleau Wood, Ludendorff's path to Paris had been blocked. The Marines hadn't won the war, but they had helped save the Allies from defeat. More importantly, the Germans had come face to face with the Americans for the first time, and the doughboys had delivered a massive psychological blow to German morale. No one could now doubt that the Americans were in the war for real.
If those in front of us are fair specimens of the average American troops, and if there are as many as they say there are, then goodbye for us.
Throughout the spring offensives, Ludendorff had committed everything he had, and he now came face to face with the plain truth. That his army was exhausted and overextended, and he had lost more men than he could ever replace. And for all that, he'd still failed to break the Allied line.
Now the Allies had the opportunity, and they seized it. They would now take the fight to the Germans.
The Allied attempt to break through on the Western Front would be led by a British general, Sir Henry Rawlinson. Rawlinson had been the commander at the Battle of the Somme back in 1916, where 58,000 British soldiers had been lost in one day. This would be his chance to prove he'd learnt the lessons of past battles.
The Allies now came up with a plan for a counter-offensive that was one of the most significant initiatives of the war. It was to be a milestone in military history. The idea came in July 1918
at a conference of Allied generals, which offered him a chance to redeem his reputation. His men controlled the ground east of Amiens, where Ludendorff had now thinned out his troops, presenting Rawlinson with a perfect spot for a breakthrough.
What Rawlinson came up with was an imaginative and radical new strategy.
He would concentrate a force of around 350,000 troops along a 17-mile front. This force would massively outnumber the Germans facing them. North of the River Somme, in this hilly country, was the British III Corps. Below them, the Australians. On the other side of this railway line, the Canadians. And next to them, the French.
What attracted Rawlinson to this terrain was that apart from the rugged and more difficult ground to the north, it was dry and open, ideal territory for the Allies' newest weapon, tanks.
Today, tanks and armoured vehicles are one of the most important weapon systems in a modern army. Back in 1918, troops regarded them with quite a lot of suspicion. They were prone to mechanical failure, and they were slow. Their top speed was about 4 miles per hour, and this made them vulnerable to enemy artillery fire. Tanks could be very claustrophobic and disorientating, but perhaps worst of all was the fact there was no separation between where the engine was and the area for the crews, which meant that after half an hour, temperatures could reach about 100 degrees Fahrenheit. Not only did the men frequently suffer from burns, but more crewmen died from carbon monoxide poisoning than were killed by enemy action. In fact, usually, after just one day of battle, tank crews had to be sent to recover in a field hospital from the experience. But despite this, they did have their advantages. They were invulnerable to machine gun fire, and they could crush barbed wire. Lastly, they put the fear of God into the Germans.
The Germans had virtually no tanks, but now they were about to face the greatest concentration of tanks ever assembled on a battlefield. But tanks were only part of Rawlinson's grand design. The Battle of Amiens would use all the resources he had, working closely together, just as they do today. We've come to Salisbury Plain to watch a combined arms exercise, the modern-day equivalent of what Rawlinson had in mind for the Battle of Amiens.
One of the main roles of the tank, and I don't think it's really changed, is actually to help protect the infantry and deliver them onto the enemy position in good order, and that's something the tank does very well indeed.
Both tanks and infantry are supported by the big guns of the artillery. Gunners back in 1918 didn't have computers or satellites to help them find the right range. Normally, before a battle, they would fire off test shots, but before the Battle of Amiens, they were ordered to use only maps and mathematics so as not to alert the Germans.
457 mil.
A battery can drop something like 4.5 tons of explosives onto an area in a very short period of time. So, you know, they're the people that give us a great shock effect on the enemy.
Unlike 1918, today's infantry are carried into battle by armoured personnel carriers. But the carriers can only take them so far. In the final stage of an assault, there's no alternative but to get out and go in on foot. Air power is the final component of the all-arms attack.
It's crucial that all the different elements work together. Tanks on their own are very, very vulnerable, likewise the infantry and everything else. So it's crucial that the tanks, the engineers, the artillery and the air support all work together to destroy the enemy positions.
So as Rawlinson approached the Battle of Amiens, he had a quite new system of weapon systems, tactics and everything. It's all arms cooperation.
That's right, and although the weapons and the vehicles have become much more technologically advanced over the years, the basic tactics that they used back in 1918 haven't really changed a great deal.
it amazing how everyone we've talked to today has kept saying what we're seeing today it began back in 1918. It's extraordinary. All their tactics really date back from then. And you consider that 2 years before 1918, it was still just a bunch of riflemen lining up in a line and walking towards the enemy trenches. It's amazing how much change happened in those 2 years.
And what's so impressive, we've seen all arms working together. Aircraft, tanks, infantry, combining to overwhelm the enemy.
August 1918 would be the first time in history that all available weapons were coordinated on such a scale. To a meticulous timetable, the guns would create a curtain of fire that would move forward 100 meters every 3 minutes, wiping out many German defensive positions. Protected by the cover of fire, the Allied infantry would advance, and the closer they followed the barrage, the more likely they were to overcome their enemy. When infantry found themselves up against stiff opposition, they would call in the tanks to overrun German positions. They had lighter tanks too, called whippets. They were twice as fast as the heavy tanks and could look for gaps in the enemy lines through which they could drive and cause havoc. They'd be the cavalry of the future. But in 1918, they could still only do 8 miles an hour. Horses were still faster, and Rawlinson had thousands of them waiting to gallop into battle.
Rawlinson set his men 3 objectives.
First, he drew a green line on the map, 2 miles behind the first enemy line. He gave them 2 hours to reach it. There, they'd consolidate, and new forces would pass through them and fight their way through to the red line, which he marked 3 miles further on. And if by the end of the day they could then reach his blue line, they would have achieved an 8-mile advance altogether. It would be the biggest advance in one day's fighting of any Allied force on the Western Front since the war began.
In early August, Amiens was a ghost town. The population had been evacuated during the Ludendorff offensives. Now, the city was only 11 miles behind the front line, and no civilians had been allowed to return. The only people here were military, and there were more of them on their way. The troop build-up was hidden by a shroud of secrecy. The element of surprise was essential if the British plan was to succeed. Sand was even laid down on some of the deserted roads to deaden the sound of the troops and artillery massing in and around the city, and hundreds of tanks were hidden on the banks of the tree-lined canals. To make sure each soldier knew just how important it was to maintain secrecy, a small note was pasted into their pay books. It told them that if they were captured by the Germans, they were allowed to say their name, their serial number, and their rank, and nothing else. It ended with the words, "Keep your mouths shut."
A few days before the battle began, reports
Massing in and around the city, and civilians had been allowed to return. The only people here were military, and during the Ludendorff offensives. Now, the city was only 11 miles behind the front line, and no civilians had been allowed to return. The only people here were military, and there were more of them on their way. The troop build-up was hidden by a shroud of secrecy. The element of surprise was essential if the British plan was to succeed. Sand was even laid down on some of the deserted roads to deaden the sound of the troops and artillery massing in and around the city, and hundreds of tanks were hidden on the banks of the tree-lined canals. To make sure each soldier knew just how important it was to maintain secrecy, a small note was pasted into their pay books. It told them that if they were captured by the Germans, they were allowed to say their name, their serial number, and their rank, and nothing else. It ended with the words, "Keep your mouths shut."
A few days before the battle began, reports reached German commanders that unusual noise had been heard outside Amiens, perhaps signifying an Allied build-up. But Ludendorff discounted these reports. There is nothing, he said, to justify this apprehension, as long as our troops are vigilant and do their duty. Rawlinson's obsessive secrecy was paying off.
The early hours of August the 8th provided the perfect conditions for the launch of Rawlinson's elaborate plan. It was a moonless night, and from the river valleys a ground mist provided valuable cover for the tanks rumbling into position.
This countryside was an anthill of activity as tens of thousands of Allied troops moved towards the front line. The men were under strict instructions. There was to be no shouting, no flashlights and no cigarettes, no unnecessary noise.
The silence played on our nerves a bit. As we got our guns into position, you could hear drivers whispering to their horses and men muttering curses under their breath. And still the silence persisted.
0 hour was set at 4:20 a.m., the hour before dawn. As it approached, all was silent. The moment British guns had opened fire on German positions, the British infantry had started their attack. The creeping barrage, which the advancing foot soldiers now hugged as closely as possible, was delivered by 700 heavy guns. At the same time, hundreds more guns concentrated on German strongpoints and artillery positions further back. The 17 miles along the front, flares lit up the countryside as a mass of troops and tanks moved forward under the barrage.
As the British, Canadian and Australian infantry advanced, the early morning fog was so thick they could only see about 10 yards in front of them. It was made even murkier by the smoke from the exploding artillery shells.
We were traveling fast. The sweat was rolling down my face. The shells were bursting everywhere, some of them very low. Machine gun bullets also whistled over us from the left flank, where the advance had been held up for a while.
Precisely as planned, the creeping barrage and the almost simultaneous infantry assault took the Germans totally by surprise. Some lead Allied units stormed into enemy trenches and bunkers and captured or killed the German defenders before they had any chance to organise a counterattack. At 6:30 a.m, this village of Marcel Cave became the target of the Canadian infantry, but they could make little headway against well-dug-in German machine guns. Then help appeared in the form of a lumbering Mark V British tank. Its commander, a lawyer from Somerset, sized up the situation and advanced into the village. Some of the German positions were blasted away by the tank's 6-pound guns. The rest were crushed under its tracks. It was all over in about half an hour, and the tank commander handed the village over to the Allied infantry, but not until, in typical lawyer-like fashion, he'd received a receipt. The village of Marcel Cave was now officially in Allied hands.
The taking of this village of Marcel Cave put the Canadians across Rawlinson's first objective, his Green Line.
British soldiers operating north of the River Somme had been given less distance to cover because they were fighting on rougher terrain. But about 3 hours into the battle, most of Rawlinson's units had reached their objectives. Now they could rest while new troops were pushed through to continue the attack.
By around 9 a.m, the fog was beginning to lift right the way across the wide battlefield, and Rawlinson was now able to employ his final weapon in his armory: aircraft. The Royal Air Force, barely a few months old, sent in 600 fighters and bombers to provide close air support to the Allied infantry. Phosphorus bombs were dropped ahead of the advancing tanks, and the planes strafed German ground targets like machine gun emplacements, which were much easier to spot from the air.
Low-flying planes ate away at German morale. For any experienced British airman, it was a bewildering experience.
We were over the target and dropping bombs before I realized we'd crossed the lines. I leaned over the side to watch them fall. You ever look down from a high building and felt as though you must throw yourself down? I had to turn away.
Gaps were now appearing in the German line, which the Canadian and Australian troops tried to exploit as quickly as possible. This led to one of the more bizarre sights of the day. A group of Canadian cyclists pedalled off down the road, their rifles slung across their shoulders. They were escorting a group of armour-plated cars carrying machine guns. The Allies were willing to try anything to increase their speed and mobility. The cyclists sped off down the road, looking for German positions. This mobility paid off when they came across the enemy-held village of Mézières. The cyclists rode through the back streets and overwhelmed a German machine gun post from behind.
But in this area, north of the River Somme, the British ran into the most stubborn resistance of all. They were heading across here towards that high ground over there called Chipilly Ridge, when they ran into concentrated fire that stopped them in their tracks.
British troops didn't have that many tanks supporting them because the terrain on this side of the Somme was unsuitable. To make matters worse, these men had borne the brunt of months of heavy fighting and they were weakened and exhausted. They did manage to get to the edge of this open field just opposite Chipilly Ridge over there. But as soon as they got here, they were driven back into these woods by devastating German machine gun fire.
The British north of the Somme were pinned down in front of Chipilly Ridge. But to the south of the river, Rawlinson's plan was ahead of schedule. By late morning, most of his men had reached the second objective, the Red Line. They'd moved a remarkable 5 miles in half a day. Already, some of the light Whippet tanks had pressed on at a heady 8 miles an hour, causing havoc behind enemy lines.
The exploits of one of these tanks, nicknamed Musical Box, would pass into legend. For 9 hours it ran wild, attacking German artillery from the rear, surprising resting German troops, and even ramming a truck into a stream. The Germans peppered the tank with bullets. They perforated fuel tanks stored on the roof, and soon petrol was flooding down inside the tank. The crew were forced to don gas masks as they pushed on, now ankle deep in petrol. Soon, a German shell hit the tank and it burst into flames. The 3 crewmen scrambled to escape, and as they did so, one of them was shot dead and the other 2 captured by the Germans.
The British tank drivers weren't the only ones to feel the heat of the German guns that afternoon. On the southern banks of the River Somme, Australian troops were taking a beating from German artillery firing at them from across the river, from positions high up on Chipilly Ridge,
which the British were still struggling to capture.
Hours after the British were supposed to have captured this vital sector of the north bank of the Somme, the area was still in German hands. Every time British troops tried to leave the shelter of this wood, they were cut down by German machine gun and artillery fire. The prospects for advancing any further looked grim, and it wasn't until the next day that Allied troops finally managed to secure the north bank of the Somme.
But on this first day of battle, August the 8th, Rawlinson's units south of the River Somme were pushing deeper and faster into German-held territory than ever before.
To keep up the pace of his advance, Rawlinson ordered his horsemen to go into the front line. 2 entire cavalry divisions, over 20,000 horsemen, now moved up to the front through the infantry to begin the attack on the final objective, the Blue Line.
The cavalry surged forward, easily outstripping the lumbering tanks that were supposed to provide them with supporting fire. But once the horsemen left the tanks behind, they found themselves at the mercy of German machine guns. One group of horsemen left this village of Beaucourt and ran into lethal fire from that wood over there. Men and horses crashed to the ground, the surviving horses stampeded. Even with this bloodshed, August the 8th would still be the British cavalry's most successful day of fighting on the Western Front during the entire war. The German line had been shattered, and for the first time in years, the cavalry could charge through the gaps. They galloped east, sowing chaos behind enemy lines and taking thousands of prisoners. By noon, it was clear that enemy resistance was confined to a few small pockets. Everywhere else, their positions were collapsing. Allied soldiers found that the German troops were all too willing to surrender to them. In fact, one lone Australian was nearly overwhelmed when 100 Germans tried to give themselves up. The once mighty German army was showing signs of falling apart.
The Germans were surrendering everywhere. You could feel the hair pricking up on your spine with excitement because we knew it was going to be the end of the war.
Ludendorff lost more ground to the Allies on the first day of the Battle of Amiens than on almost any other day in the war on the Western Front. But what he found even harder to accept was that entire German units had surrendered wholesale. And the skill with which the British had coordinated tanks, aircraft and artillery was beyond anything the Germans were now capable of.
The morale and discipline of the German fighting machine had cracked. Ludendorff later called August the 8th the blackest day for the German army in this war. He had a nervous breakdown and told the Kaiser the war must be brought to an end. Day for the German army in this war. He had a nervous breakdown and told the Kaiser the war must be brought to an end. Rawlinson's attack went on for 3 more days, then finally lost momentum. The Battle of Amiens was over.
But it earned Rawlinson a place in military history as the man who used new technology and tactics to liberate warfare from the tyranny of the trenches.
Those few days in August 1918 turned the tide of the First World War. After the Battle of Amiens, the British and French, refreshed by American troops, fought on for another 3 months, liberating more and more German-held territory. At the start of October 1918, the Germans finally asked America's President Woodrow Wilson for an armistice.
Early in the morning of November the 7th, the Supreme Allied Commander, Marshal Foch, arrived here by train in the forest of Compiègne, outside Paris.
Just after 5 a.m. on the 11th of November, the leader of the German delegation signed the armistice document. It would take effect at 11 that morning. After more than 4 years of fighting and 15 million dead, the guns were now silent.
A new world order emerged from the First World War. A world without Kaisers in Germany or Tsars in Russia. A world with new systems of government like communism and new countries like Yugoslavia and Iraq. And with it, this new order brought new tensions and rivalries that would plague the world for the rest of the 20th century.
The darkest legacy of the First World War began in a military hospital where a corporal in the German army was recovering from the effects of being gassed by the British. He was seething with resentment at what he perceived as Germany's national humiliation. That resentment would simmer away until 20 years later it ignited a second great global conflict. That corporal's name was Adolf Hitler, and he would never forget the experience of 1918.
Next time In 1942, these Pacific islands were at the heart of a battle between America and Japan. I'll be looking at how a new form of warfare at sea demanded split-second decisions from the commanders.
And I'll be revealing the risks taken by servicemen and learning the skills they needed to survive.
This titanic struggle took place over just one day. It was the Battle of Midway. In the summer of 1942, these two tiny islands in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, west of Hawaii, were at the heart of an epic battle. Fought between the navies of Japan and the United States, it was a battle that decisively altered the course of the Second World War.
Japan was intent on using its navy to expand its power in the Pacific, and it had an ambitious plan to destroy the main obstacle standing in its way, the Navy of the United States of America.
The battle they fought marked the coming of age of a new type of warfare at sea. It was a duel to the death, in which aircraft carriers and their warplanes played the pivotal role.
I'll be revealing how victory or defeat hung on the snap decisions of American and Japanese commanders.
And I'll be exploring the tactics they used as they unleashed these new weapons of war.
The decisions made by the pilots and crews on both sides were also critical. I'll be revealing the terrifying risks they took as they fought and died out there in the vast reaches of the Pacific Ocean. And I'll be experiencing some of the horrific conditions they endured in the heat of battle.
This titanic struggle was decided in 5 minutes of unimaginable destruction. 5 minutes that turned the balance of power in the Pacific upside down and transformed the rules of war at sea. It was the Battle of Midway.
The events that led to the Battle of Midway started here in 1941. The island of Oahu, part of Hawaii, today America's 50th state and one of the world's most exotic holiday destinations. Back in the 1940s, US servicemen counted themselves lucky if they were posted here. In early December 1941, with only 15 shopping days left till Christmas, the people of Oahu were taking it easy. After all, the United States was at peace, not yet actively involved in the Second World War. But the world as the Americans knew it was about to change beyond all recognition.
Just 300 miles to the northwest of Oahu, a fleet of warships was bearing silently down on this island. America was about to be propelled into World War II.
Heading unseen for the Hawaiian island of Oahu was the combined fleet of the Imperial Japanese Navy. This armada had departed from Japan in absolute secrecy and crossed 4,000 miles of the Pacific Ocean under total radio silence. They did not plan on being detected.
This battle fleet was the most powerful naval force ever to put to sea. It had been sent to attack the United States by the hardline military government of Japan. The Japanese were set on building an empire in Asia and the Pacific, and were willing to use force to do it. By late 1941, Japan here was already in control of Korea and was engaged in a long war for control of China. It also set its sights on the European colonies of French Indochina, British Malaya, and the Dutch East Indies, roughly present-day Vietnam, Malaysia, and Indonesia. The Europeans were absorbed in a war against Germany, so the only thing standing between the Japanese and their vision of empire was the United States Navy, and in particular, America's main naval base in the center of the Pacific on the Hawaiian island of Oahu. The name of the base? Pearl Harbor. This is Pearl Harbor, one of the finest natural harbors in the world. Here it is on the map, on the south side of the island of Oahu, a narrow channel from the Pacific Ocean opening up into a huge sheltered anchorage. The harbor was the perfect haven for America's Pacific Fleet. By December 1941, it was busier than ever, with nearly 100 ships at anchor, 8 of them battleships moored up on Battleship Row, all of them engaged in the relaxed routines of a peacetime navy. But that peace was beginning to show signs of strain. The Americans were wary of Japanese expansion, and tensions were beginning to mount. In a show of strength, they had transferred more of their warships from the west coast of America out here to Pearl Harbor, to be 2,000 miles closer to Japan. And it was the massing US Pacific Navy that the advancing Japanese strike force was intent on destroying. The approaching Japanese fleet included battleships, cruisers, and destroyers. But at the heart of this armada were 6 enormous aircraft carriers, floating airstrips packed with over 400 fighter, torpedo, and bomber aircraft. The world was about to witness the most spectacular example yet of a new form of warfare at sea. Japan may have been a country steeped in tradition, but when it came to naval warfare, it was one of the most advanced nations in the world. And the man at the forefront of all this was the Commander-in-Chief of the Imperial Japanese Navy, Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto. Yamamoto was a great visionary and modernizer. He was a pioneer of naval aviation and had been quick to grasp the potential of aircraft carriers, the latest weapon in the naval arsenal. Yamamoto could now use warplanes on these carriers to strike at targets hundreds of miles away from his fleet. By 1941, Japan had around 3 times more carriers in the Central Pacific than the Americans. Yamamoto had created a formidable carrier force capable of pursuing Japan's imperial ambitions. And by Sunday, the 7th of December, 1941, 6 of his aircraft carriers were in position, ready to mount a surprise attack on Pearl Harbor.
The Japanese were battle-hardened veterans. They'd been fighting to extend their Asian empire for years. The men on the aircraft carriers were at the peak of their skills. Each of these Japanese aircraft carriers were crewed by up to 2,000 highly trained servicemen. Their job was to support squadrons of elite pilots who'd spent years in combat missions flying bomber and fighter aircraft. These naval aviators were among the best in the world. They'd never been defeated and in the early hours of the 7th of December, they were only 2 hours flying time away from Pearl Harbor.
Every significant American installation on the island of Oahu would come under attack. The Japanese strike force would make a landfall on the island's northern tip, Kahuku Point. Here it is on the map case. Yamamoto planned to send in over 350 warplanes from his carriers in 2 waves. The first would veer off west, hugging the ground to achieve maximum surprise. The second wave would swing round from the east. Yamamoto's aircraft would go for the major air bases dotted round the island, to annihilate America's planes on the ground before they could take off. But this was his prime target, Pearl Harbor, where the pride of America's Pacific Fleet was tightly clustered, utterly unsuspecting what was about to come.
On board the carriers, the pilots put on fresh uniforms and their traditional headbands. They had a ceremonial meal of rice and said their last prayers at the shrines on board. Minutes later, they were off, the crews of the ships lining the deck, waving and cheering.
We listened to the radio. The American stations were broadcasting normally, so it seemed they were not aware of anything. And then I knew that it was going to be a sneak attack.
The attack on Pearl Harbor was scheduled for 8 a.m. Here at Pearl Harbor that Sunday morning, the main event on many sailors' minds was the flag-raising ceremony. It was the same every time. At 7:55 a.m., ships' companies gathered, and 5 minutes later, the flags would be raised right across the fleet. On board the USS Nevada, tied up here with the other battleships on Battleship Row, a band was gathering on the deck, preparing to play the national anthem. It was now just moments before 8 a.m. On board the USS Nevada, the bandsmen, still halfway through the national anthem, were horrified to see a Japanese plane release a torpedo at a nearby battleship, then peel off, strafing their ship, splintering the deck and shredding the flag. Under fire themselves, the bandsmen finished the national anthem and then dived for cover. Airfields, barracks, and all of America's great battleships came under attack. Just after 8 a.m., a bomb smashed into the USS Arizona, igniting the ammunition store. Down below decks, over 1,000 men lost their lives.
The devastation was just unbelievable on those battleships. You think they're big, heavy, a lot of heavy steel and all that. When you see those superstructures just twisted, big hunks of steel that were twisted just like you take a straw and twist the thing, I couldn't believe the amount of devastation that I saw.
America had lost the best part of its Pacific Fleet. The Japanese had sunk 21 ships, like this one, the Utah.
All 8 of the big battleships were out of action. Hundreds of planes had been destroyed, and nearly 2,400 servicemen and civilians had been killed.
By attacking Pearl Harbor, the Japanese had made a declaration of war without parallel.
The next day, the American President, Franklin D. Roosevelt, addressed the nation.
Since the unprovoked and dastardly attack by Japan on Sunday, December 7th, 1941, a state of war has existed between the United States and the Japanese Empire.
America was down, but not out.
In the aftermath of Pearl Harbor, a new man was put in charge of what was left of America's Pacific Fleet, Admiral Chester Nimitz. He was sent here to Pearl Harbor by the President himself. His orders? Not to return home until Japan was defeated.
Nimitz was an experienced commander who'd proved his ability to instill confidence in his men. But he had an enormous task. Morale had plummeted, hundreds of planes had been obliterated, and all the battleships of the Pacific Fleet were out of action. But Nimitz held one ace card.
By chance, every one of the aircraft carriers in America's Pacific Fleet had been out of port at the time of the attack on Pearl Harbor. They were now all that survived the main striking force America had in the Pacific. These carriers and their aircraft would now take on the Japanese.
In spring 1942, the Americans began their comeback with a daring raid using their aircraft carriers. On board, a handful of US pilots, led by Lieutenant Colonel Jimmy Doolittle, were taken deep into Japanese waters. This Doolittle raid involved 16 of these bulky B-25 bombers. They weighed more than 12 tons each. They really weren't designed to take off from aircraft carriers. But for this mission, the bombers were transported on board the USS Hornet within about 700 miles of the Japanese coast. Then at 8 a.m. on April the 18th, carrying as little weight as they could, they moved off along the runway, just managed to take off and headed towards the Japanese capital. For hours, Doolittle and his men flew low over the ocean to avoid the patrolling Japanese planes. Then, when they got to Tokyo, they dropped their bombs. America and her aircraft carriers were beginning to fight back. And just over 2 weeks later, having attacked the Japanese mainland, the US Navy took on the Japanese Navy at sea.
On May the 7th, the American aircraft carriers made their presence felt again when they engaged with Japanese carriers in the Coral Sea, just northeast of Australia. The battle saw the first ever attacks by carrier-based planes on their opponents' carriers, and both sides were hit hard. The Americans managed to sink a small Japanese carrier. But the Japanese destroyed one American carrier and left the other, the USS Yorktown, in flames out at sea.
The Japanese had left the USS Yorktown ablaze in the water. They thought that they'd sunk her, or at the very least crippled her and put her out of action. But what they didn't realize was that there had been a ferocious struggle to save the Yorktown. With one carrier now destroyed, and only a few others operational, every carrier the Americans had left was vital. They had to save the Yorktown. For crews like the Yorktowns, hundreds of miles away from land, knowing how to tackle fire was essential if they were to save their ship. I went to a naval training centre to experience for myself some of the challenges faced by the Yorktown's crew as they struggled to extinguish the flames.
Would you like to put your hat on? Yep. And we'll go up onto the unit. Okay, so this is a replica of a ship. Okay, we're now in the engine room, and this is where you're going to be doing most of your firefighting. Okay, you're going to make your entry down this vertical ladder. Okay. However, before you come down here, you're going to have to put the fire out on top. Father, you're going to be fired in today. There's going to be this engine fire here.
This is all like warped and melted and cracked from the heat. That's not making me feel too confident about it.
No, I mean, it shows just how hot this fire is going to get. And you're going to be the first one down here, and you're going to be providing the protection for the rest of the team. It's important that you get it right, because the rest of the team are relying on you to get into position to protect them from the rest of the fire as they make their way down there.
So it's a real team job?
It is definitely a team job. Okay, I'm going to do the straps up. Okay, pair of gloves.
I'm lucky. I'll be using much more advanced kit than that used by the Yorktown's crew at the Coral Sea, but it's still a daunting task. I'll have the key role of spraying a wall of water to protect my teammates from the flames. We'd all been briefed in advance, so I knew to take up my position next to the door. But I still didn't really know what I was in for.
Wow, that's hot! Those flames are enormous! Okay, I'm going in. We put out the first fire with the foam. I'm now going to be the first one down into the engine room itself.
I knew there would be an intense fire below me in the engine room. With the metal walls heating up all around us, we'd literally be descending into an oven. The men on the Yorktown would have faced a similar challenge as they battled to save their ship.
I'm just going down this ladder. I'm just going to take it slowly because it's very, very slippery because we've thrown so much water and foam down here. It's incredibly hot. I'm at the bottom of the ladder now. I've just got to set the hose up like this in a wall, a shield of water. Pressure on this hose is huge. You can just see these explosions, these fireballs are coming. Oh, I can almost reach out and touch them. But this shield of water that I'm putting up, this wall of water, is so effective that the fireballs aren't actually getting through it. But it's pretty intimidating being this close to fire.
The thought of doing this for real on a carrier like the Yorktown, loaded with aviation fuel and ammunition, was terrifying.
I can really understand what I'm doing here now, and the rest of the team can go try and get to the base to fire and put it out. Hydrant on fire! Shut all hydrants!
Dan, how did you find that?
Incredible.
Was that hot? Certainly feels warm. Okay, just hang on a minute. That's it, well done. Just get your hood down. Okay, you all right?
Yeah.
Well, you managed it. You achieved the aim.
Ooh, it's pretty hot in there in that last room.
Yeah?
You feel pretty self-sufficient in there. If you don't put the fire out, no one else is going to. And I guess on board a ship, that's an incredibly powerful feeling.
You're on your own. You could be 150 miles from land. You're on your own. It's your team. They've got to get down there. They've got to put that fire out.
Things were no different in the Battle of the Coral Sea back in 1942. Although she had been severely damaged, the desperate work of the crew had saved the Yorktown. In the coming weeks, this would prove to be a crucial victory. The Yorktown would return to haunt the Japanese. But in the meantime, she began a long, slow journey back to Pearl Harbor for repairs.
The Battle of the Coral Sea was a wake-up call for Admiral Yamamoto, Commander-in-Chief of the Imperial Japanese Navy. America's remaining carriers stood between him and mastery of the Pacific. It was time for drastic action.
America's carriers had to be destroyed. They had eluded Yamamoto at Pearl Harbor. He would not let them escape again. He decided to lay a trap. He would target something so valuable to the Americans that they would send out their carriers to protect it. And the bait for his trap would be Midway. Midway is in fact two tiny islands west of Hawaii, halfway between America and Japan. It was one of the few American air bases left in the Pacific. Yamamoto's plan was complex, and it involved the greatest naval fleet the world had ever seen. The main part of the fleet was divided into three groups. Yamamoto himself would be in a group centered around three big gun battleships. To the south, another group of ships carrying thousands of soldiers who would land on Midway and take control. But here was the spearhead of the attack. A group of 4 aircraft carriers and their escort ships, the Carrier Strike Force. The 248 aircraft of these carriers were given 2 critical tasks. First, they would bomb the defenses on Midway ahead of the planned landing. Then, they would stage a huge airstrike on the American carriers when they came to Midway's rescue. Leading the Carrier Strike Force would be Vice Admiral Chuchi Nagumo on his flagship the Akagi, the carrier from which he had commanded the attack on Pearl Harbor. Nagumo was a highly professional naval officer with over 30 years' service. The Japanese High Command was confident that Nagumo would once more lead the Imperial Japanese Navy to victory. But his carefully laid plans underestimated Admiral Nimitz, the American commander. After Pearl Harbor, the Americans had made military intelligence a top priority, and it had paid off. The Japanese naval code had been cracked. Here, at their intelligence headquarters in Pearl Harbor, the US Navy deciphered details of Yamamoto's plan to set a trap at Midway. With this information, Nimitz now planned an ambush of his own. Nimitz now had 3 operational carriers in Pearl Harbor. The carriers USS Enterprise and USS Hornet departed first. Then, the newly repaired USS Yorktown followed on a little way behind. The 3 carriers headed from Hawaii for a spot codenamed Point Luck, 300 miles northeast of the American base on Midway. By the 2nd of June, they were in position and lying in wait for the Japanese ships that were approaching from the northwest. Nimitz had given his commanders a single bold objective: to ambush the approaching Japanese fleet now heading for Midway and strike a decisive blow at its carriers. But these weren't the only preparations that Nimitz was making.
Out in the middle of the Pacific, the US base at Midway was buzzing with activity. Preparations were underway. Flight after flight of planes had been landing over the last few days. And now the small airfield was packed with as many planes as it could handle. These planes would be vital in the defense of the island. So would the US Marines, who would be waiting for the Japanese if they tried to land. By June the 3rd, the pilots were waiting by their planes, the Marines in their bunkers.
Nimitz had now done all he could. His ships were in position, his commanders briefed, and the garrison on Midway on full alert. But Nimitz knew he was about to be confronted with more aircraft carriers, more battleships and more destroyers than he had. He even knew roughly that they were coming from the northwest. The question was, where exactly were they all?
For days, American aircraft have been sent out from Midway across the vast stretch of the Pacific Ocean, searching for the Japanese fleet. By the early hours of June 4th, 1942, the search was really hotting up. The code breakers had discovered that the Japanese planned to attack on the 4th, but there was still no sign of their fleet. The Pacific Ocean covers a quarter of the Earth's surface. For the Americans in their big and slow flying modes, finding the Japanese fleet in just a small sector of this vast expanse was an enormous task. In fact, the 4 Japanese carriers had got within range of Midway without being spotted, and they had already launched their strike force. Finally, at 5:40 that morning, an American scout plane spotted the huge formation of Japanese bombers and fighters heading towards Midway. The American pilot sent back an urgent warning. It was not a moment too soon. The Japanese planes were aiming to destroy the parked American aircraft on the ground. The Battle of Midway was about to begin.
Within minutes, nearly every one of the American planes on Midway was taking off. The Americans were desperate not to be caught on the ground, as they had been at Pearl Harbor. A mixed batch of over 40 torpedo planes and bombers was dispatched without fighter escort to strike the distant Japanese fleet. And 25 fighters were sent up to intercept the formidable array of Japanese fighters and bombers that would soon arrive to attack Midway.
The American fighter pilots were in for a rough ride. Many of them had only just finished flight school and didn't have that many hours of flying under their belts. To make matters worse, even the best American fighter aircraft, this one, the Wildcat, was totally outmaneuvered by the Japanese fighter, the Zero. The Zero could outrun and outclimb anything the Americans could put in the sky against them. These Zeros were going to be a real threat to the 25 American fighters sent to intercept them.
Suddenly, Wildcats appeared and dashed through our formation. Our Zero fighters saw this, and in a 5-minute dogfight, all the Wildcats were chased away.
The American fighters did manage to shoot down a couple of enemy bombers, but for the most part, they didn't stand a chance against the Japanese in their Zeros. After all, the Japanese pilots were among the most experienced and best trained naval aviators in the world. After only a few minutes, nearly every single American fighter that had taken off from Midway had been shot down into the ocean. At 6:34 a.m., the Japanese arrived over Midway and began attacking the airfield. The Americans fought back bravely, but their island base was shattered. Despite the destruction they'd inflicted, the Japanese realized that their real targets were missing. The American bombers weren't there.
Within minutes, the news that the American bombers had not been destroyed on the ground by the attack on Midway reached Vice Admiral Nagumo on his flagship, the carrier Akagi. But he didn't have long to wait to find out where they'd gone. They were now directly above his carrier fleet and beginning their attack.
As the American bombers dived into action, they were pounced on by Japanese Zeros. Many of the Americans were shot down. The rest turned back for Midway. Not one of their bombs or torpedoes had hit its mark.
Nagumo's fleet had escaped this time, but he knew the surviving American bombers were still a threat. They could refuel on Midway and return to attack him. He had to destroy them when they landed on the island. On his carriers, Nagumo still had reserve aircraft. The trouble was they had the wrong weapons. They were armed with anti-ship weapons in case the US Navy showed up. But Nagumo was still unaware there were any American ships around, so he felt safe replacing these anti-ship weapons with land bombs to attack Midway.
Below decks and the aircraft storage hangars of the Japanese carriers, new orders rang out. The crews quickly set to work removing the anti-ship weapons on the reserve planes and replacing them with bombs for a ground attack on Midway.
While his men worked furiously on the hangar decks below, Nagumo, on the bridge, was suddenly confronted with a real crisis. He received another message, this time from one of his scout planes. It had spotted what appeared to be 10 American ships northeast of Midway. The news came as a stunning shock. Nagumo had been sure there would be no American ships in the area. It was now blindingly obvious that things were not going as the Japanese had planned.
Nagumo immediately suspended the planned second strike on Midway. He now had to deal with the threat from the American ships. He ordered his men to reattach the anti-ship weapons onto the reserve planes.
And he sent a message straight back to his scout plane, demanding more information. If the American ships were carriers, Nagumo could be in real trouble.
The American ships were, of course, carriers, and earlier that morning they had found the Japanese fleet. On board the American ships, preparations were gathering pace. The carriers Hornet and Enterprise were readying to launch their aircraft. In command of these two ships was Rear Admiral Raymond Spruance, and now he had a critical decision to make. Spruance's carriers were located about 200 miles away from Midway, here on the map case. Yorktown was a little way off on its own. US scout planes had reported the Japanese carriers about 155 miles away from Spruance's position.
The Japanese ships were within striking distance of some of his aircraft, but others could barely carry enough fuel to get there and back. There'd be little leeway for them to maneuver, even less for navigational errors. And if they ran out of fuel, the only place to go would be into the empty wastes of the Pacific. But Spruance decided that the critical issue was time. He had to hit the Japanese fleet before they discovered and annihilated his ships. He couldn't waste time moving his carriers any closer to the enemy to give his planes a better chance. So, in one of the greatest naval gambles in history, Spruance ordered all his aircraft into the air in one massed attack.
On board the American carriers, pilots made their final preparations. Many were nervous, especially on the Hornet. The Hornet's torpedo squadron had never gone into battle. Many of them had never taken off from a carrier with a torpedo, or a pickle as they called it, slung below them. Some had never even seen it done before. As they walked out towards their planes, the pilots must have had the words of their squadron leader still ringing in their ears. He had told them, "I want each one of us to do his utmost to destroy our enemies. If there's only one plane left to make the final run-in, I want that man to go in and get a hit. May God be with us all. Good luck, happy landings, and give 'em hell."
After completing an inspection of the aircraft and its bomb, I climbed into the cockpit, and as I sat there waiting for the signal to start engines, I suddenly got the same feeling of apprehension and butterflies in the stomach that I got before the start of competition in high school.
At 7 a.m., the launch began. The pilots of the American Air Armada set off with little battle experience, limited fighter cover, and no margin for error. They were setting out across a vast stretch of ocean in small groups towards a deadly and experienced enemy.
If things were looking precarious for the Americans, back on Nagumo's carrier, the Akagi, events were beginning to get out of hand. Nagumo had been desperately waiting for his scout plane to tell him what kind of American ships it had spotted. Now, it gave him its answer. The enemy is accompanied by what appears to be a carrier, bringing up the rear. It was a staggering blow to Nagumo. He'd never expected an American carrier to be in the area so soon. Its presence now jeopardized his entire operation. Nagumo knew he had no option. He had to launch a strike at the American carrier. But this realization couldn't have come at a worse time. These are the Japanese carriers here. Just at the moment Nagumo was hearing about the distant American carrier, his midway attack aircraft began to return. They were low on fuel, and they needed to land quickly. Up above them, his fighter planes were also anxious to land. Nagumo now faced a critical decision, which could win or lose him the coming battle. He still had his reserve planes sitting on his carriers, but not all of them were loaded with the anti-ship weapons he now needed to attack the American fleet. He could choose to launch an immediate limited strike with the few reserve planes that were ready before his midway attack aircraft landed. Alternatively, he could delay launching, land the circling midway attack force, and then launch all his reserve planes, which by then would be fully armed with anti-ship weapons. It'd be a big risk. It would take an hour or so, but at the end of it, he'd be able to launch one huge attack, sure to destroy the American fleet. And that is what he decided to do. He would land his midway attack force and wait until all his reserve planes were rearmed so that he could deliver the killer blow. But Nagumo's plan was already going awry. Nagumo had based his decision to postpone launching his planes until they were all ready on information he'd received from his scout plane. His own fleet was here. The report from the scout plane put the American ships here. At this distance, Nagumo knew his carriers were out of reach of the American planes. The problem was Nagumo's scout plane was wrong. The American fleet was actually here, their planes within range. And unknown to Nagumo, American bombers from these ships were already on their way towards him.
At 9:20 a.m., the Japanese carriers were spotted by the inexperienced aircrew in the American torpedo bombers. Despite their limited training, they had no choice but to attack. The American pilots bravely held their course towards the carriers. They hunched low and prayed they'd make it through the storm of anti-aircraft fire coming from the ships. As they roared down towards the Japanese carriers, they were pounced on by a pack of patrolling Zeros. The lumbering American planes were no match for the agile Zeros. 35 of the 41 torpedo bombers were shot down above the Japanese fleet, most of them without even releasing their torpedoes. Those that did, missed. The attack had been a disaster. They'd failed to score a single hit.
Nagumo was almost ready to make his move. His deck crews had been working hard to rearm and refuel his planes. If they could be launched quickly, the Japanese would surely win the Battle of Midway.
At 10:21 a.m., Nagumo and his men were still not quite ready to launch their planes.
At precisely that moment, American dive bombers like this one appeared high above the Japanese carriers, and their bomb run was clear. The Japanese fighters that should have dealt with them had been drawn off to attack the American torpedo planes. There was nothing to stop these dive bombers as they began screaming down towards the decks of the Japanese carriers.
A lookout screamed, "Hell divers!" I looked up to see 3 black enemy planes plummeting toward our ship. Some of our machine guns managed to fire a few frantic bursts at them, but it was too late.
There was no stopping the Americans now. 4 bombs ripped into the carrier Kaga. And another struck Nagumo's flagship, the Akagi. But even as the dive bombers were attacking the Kaga and Akagi, another group of American planes, these from the Yorktown, arrived from a quite different direction. The Japanese fighters, already overstretched by the first attacks, didn't know which way to turn. Within moments, these fresh American bombers dived on a 3rd Japanese carrier, the Soryu. They slammed 3 bombs into her. Relatively few bombs had been dropped by the Americans, but their impact was devastating. 3 of Japan's great carriers were destroyed.
On board the 3 Japanese carriers, there was chaos. Aircraft, fuel tanks, and ammunition exploded, sending fireballs and huge chunks of metal flying through the air. All 3 carriers were turned into flaming wrecks. Many of their crews suffocating in the smoke, trapped below decks that glowed red hot.
A gush of hot air washed over me. We were hit hard. As fire spread, heaps of bombs began to explode with shattering blasts. I could see, not far off, the Akagi and the Soryu. They too were aflame. It was a terrible scene.
Nagumo survived the attack on the Akagi, but was forced to abandon his burning flagship.
In little more than 5 minutes, the Americans had struck 3 times into the heart of the Imperial Japanese Navy at its moment of maximum vulnerability. But all was not lost for the Japanese. The fourth Japanese carrier, the Hiryu, was untouched.
And now, 18 dive bombers and 6 Zeros from this one surviving Japanese carrier were sent to search out and destroy the American ships. They were amongst the last remnants of Nagumo's huge force, but these few Japanese pilots were deadly professionals, unlikely to miss their targets.
Intent on revenge, the pilots from the Hiryu soon spotted what they were looking for. An enemy carrier. It was the USS Yorktown. The crew of the Yorktown were horrified to see the Japanese bombers approaching. They'd been hit by the Japanese before at the Battle of the Coral Sea, but this time they were prepared. The experience of the Coral Sea had taught them vital lessons in damage control, which they immediately put into action.
The 5-inch guns opened up first with loud cracks. Then came the rumble of multiple guns. The enemy bombers and fighters were under intense anti-aircraft fire from all the automatic weapons. The sky was black from shell bursts. Red tracers laced the sky. Japanese planes were falling, trailing fire, and exploding as they hit the water.
Anti-aircraft guns put up an effective barrage which destroyed many of the approaching Japanese planes. But 7 of the bombers made it through. They dodged the wall of flak coming from the carrier and dropped their bombs. They scored 3 direct hits. The bombs ripped through the flight deck and exploded deep in the heart of the ship, snuffing out the boilers. The Yorktown slowed to a halt. It seemed like it was all over for the Yorktown. But the Yorktown's crew were not going to give up that easily. Deep below decks, the engineers struggled to get the ship going again. But the boilers were wrecked. Thick black smoke poured into the intense heat of the engine room, choking the men. For over an hour, they worked against the odds, fixing the boilers. And by about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the Yorktown was operational again, making about 20 knots.
Reports from their pilots that an enemy carrier had been destroyed began to revive Japanese hopes. A second attack force was quickly launched from the Hiryu to find and destroy another of the American carriers.
At 2:40, the Hiryu's second strike force arrived and launched another devastating attack on the Yorktown. The mighty ship had taken all that she could, and soon she was listing to port. Her crew had to abandon ship.
The Battle of Midway was now to end with one final act of destruction. The Japanese believed they'd sunk 2 of the 3 US carriers. They didn't realize they'd hit the Yorktown twice. They now thought that they were fighting on equal terms with the Americans, with just 1 surviving carrier each.
Based on this misapprehension, the commanders on the Hiryu now made an almost unbelievable decision. For the next 90 minutes, the battle would be put on hold.
The surviving Japanese pilots on the Hiryu had been up since before dawn, and they were exhausted by the day's constant flight operations. They were barely able to function. So now that it was thought there was only one remaining American aircraft carrier left to sink, the men were told that they had time to take a rest and grab a bite to eat. It was a final, fatal miscalculation.
Things were not nearly so relaxed aboard the two American carriers. The American commander, Admiral Spruance, knew that he had to find the one remaining Japanese carrier and strike it before its aircraft could strike back at his ships. And then in mid-afternoon, Spruance got his chance. One of his scout planes had located the Hiryu.
At 3:30, Spruance launched his dive bombers to finish the job and avenge the Yorktown.
90 minutes later, the dive bombers appeared high above the wooden flight decks of the Hiryu and began their high-speed dives heading towards the middle. In quick succession, 4 bombs smashed into the Hiryu. They penetrated the flight deck and turned the bridge into an inferno. The last remaining Japanese carrier was on fire.
Yamamoto's ambitious Midway battle plan had ended in catastrophic failure. With his carriers gone, he'd lost vital air superiority over the Americans. He still had his big gun battleships, but they were little more than white elephants in this new era where aircraft reigned supreme. Yamamoto ordered his ships back to Japan. Just over a dozen American bombs had destroyed the cream of the Imperial Japanese fleet and altered the course of the war in the Pacific.
At the Battle of Midway, America lost just over 300 men and 1 carrier, the Yorktown. Japanese losses were far more severe. Around 250 planes had been destroyed, 4 carriers had been sunk, and 3,000 men had been killed. Years of combat experience and training had been wiped out. The aircraft carrier reigned supreme, but Japan had just lost the very men it needed to wage this kind of warfare.
Japan's naval power never recovered from its defeat at Midway on June the 4th, 1942. America built a whole new fleet of aircraft carriers, but it took 3 more years of bloodshed before the Japanese surrendered here on the USS Missouri, now moored in Pearl Harbor, where the war had all begun. Japan had been a stubborn enemy, and only at last admitted defeat when America delivered the final blow: atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, which launched the world into the nuclear age.
Next time, the Battle of Stalingrad. Over 60 years ago, a battle was fought in this Russian city that would be the turning point of the Second World War. It was one of the hardest fought battles of all time.
I'll be revealing what it was like for the German and Soviet soldiers who fought street by street and building by building.
And I'll be explaining how the leaders' tactics drove their own armies to the brink of destruction.
Over 60 years ago, a battle was fought in this great Russian city that would be the turning point of the Second World War. It was one of the longest and hardest fought battles of all time.
For 5 months, German and Soviet troops fought each other street by street, building by building, and room by room.
Ferocious German attacks met exceptionally stiff Soviet resistance. It led to the most intense fighting of the Second World War.
I'll be revealing what it was really like for the soldiers on the ground.
And I'll be explaining how the leaders' tactics drove their armies to the brink of destruction. The stakes could not have been higher.
The outcome of the entire war hung on what happened here in 1942, in the Battle of Stalingrad.
In the summer of 1941, the world was at war. Adolf Hitler's ruthless ambition and overwhelming military strength made Nazi Germany seem unstoppable.
Hitler was at the peak of his power. He and his allies dominated Europe and North Africa. He'd seized France, the Netherlands, most of Scandinavia and Eastern Europe.
And then he launched the biggest invasion force in history, more than 3 million men, at the Soviet Union. He was determined to destroy communism and expand his empire still further. By the spring of 1942, after 9 months of fighting, the Germans had pressed deep into Soviet territory, but failed to secure complete victory.
So in April, Hitler drew up a new battle plan. In the far south of the country, there were vast oil reserves, crucial to the Soviet war effort.
Hitler wanted to stop the oil getting to Soviet troops and industry, first by preventing oil tankers transporting it up the river Volga, and then by seizing the oil fields themselves. Oil was the key to the war.
Hitler knew Stalin would fight tooth and nail to protect his oil. Without it, the Soviet war machine would grind to a halt.
In May 1942, Hitler put his plan into action. He sent 2 million men, nearly 2/3 of all his troops in the Soviet Union, through the Russian steppe towards the oil fields.
With the hot sun beating down on them, the German troops sped across southern Russia. Despite pockets of fierce resistance, they seemed unstoppable. Some of them even felt like heroes, pioneers of a new empire for the German people.
What great spaces the Soviets occupy. What rich fields there are to be had here after the war is over. Only, let's get it over with quickly. I believe that the Führer will carry the thing through to a successful end.
The speed of the German advance, their technical superiority, and the experience of their troops was too much for the Soviets. Throughout May and June 1942, Soviet troops fell back in widespread disarray. Hundreds of thousands were killed or wounded as they conceded swathes of land to the advancing Germans. And for civilians, the arrival of German forces into their villages was a terrifying prospect. Nazis murdered, raped, looted, without hesitation. Villagers could see the dust cloud from approaching German tanks up to 40 miles away, and they knew that there was little they could do to escape. Some were rounded up and transported to prison camps. Others were killed on the spot and their bodies discarded.
The world has never seen a more cursed enemy. I have seen how the enemy treats the civilian population, stealing everything and killing wives and children. If I'm killed, let my sons make the enemy pay tenfold. I urge my sons to avenge their father's blood.
Throughout June and July 1942, Hitler's generals reported German victories ever deeper into southern Russia.
Hitler was so confident and impatient for victory that he decided to alter his plan of attack. Instead of trying first to block the Volga and then take the oil fields, he decided to attack both targets at the same time. One army would drive south to the oil fields. The other would seize a city on the banks of the Volga that would give them a stranglehold on the river's vital supply line. It was the city that bore the name of the Soviet leader himself. Its name was Stalingrad.
Stalingrad was one of the most vibrant cities in southern Russia. Huge factories made equipment for the army. And workers could relax by strolling along the grand boulevards and parks leading down to the banks of the river. The city was the showpiece of the Soviet Union and its leader, Stalin. Joseph Stalin was a ruthless dictator. Stalin wasn't his real name, but it meant man of steel and fitted his terrifying reputation. His orders had led to the death of millions of Soviet citizens. He had absolute control over the Soviet war effort and was now increasingly alarmed by the German advance.
Faced with a threat to his oil fields and to the city of Stalingrad, Stalin decided to take desperate measures to stiffen Soviet resistance. In July 1942, his order went out. From now on, there would be no step backwards. Surrender or retreat would not be tolerated. Deserters and cowards would be shot.
Throughout Stalingrad, over 750,000 people were told to get ready for war on their doorstep. Anti-aircraft guns were placed on the high ground, and the civilians helped the military in the desperate attempt to prepare the city's defences. Women and children helped dig anti-tank trenches and built bomb shelters under the city streets. Soviet soldiers began to surround the city, and brutal anti-German propaganda filled the newspapers. One very famous piece of Soviet propaganda was published in the form of a poem. It urged Soviet troops to kill Germans. It said, "Kill him, so tears should flow in his home, not in yours. Kill him, every time you see him." The tone was being set for one of the most savage battles in modern history. On the 23rd of August 1942, aircraft of the German Luftwaffe began a colossal aerial assault on Stalin's city. German pilots flew 2,000 sorties, dropping 1,000 tons of bombs in 48 hours, even more than was dropped on London at the height of the Blitz. Incendiary bombs turned neighbourhoods of wooden houses into infernos. Even the modern brick buildings of the city centre were gutted by flame. The air was thick with smoke, and in every direction, the city was ablaze. Homes and factories burned uncontrollably through the night. Bombs hit fuel storage tanks on the riverbank, unleashing torrents of burning oil onto the water. A column of black smoke rose over 3.5 kilometers into the sky. The first few days of the bombardment, civilians were refused permission to evacuate the city. Their only chance of survival lay in finding shelter in basements and cellars. But for many it was hopeless. Over 25,000 Russians died in just 2 days.
There are planes flying day and night. My heart is bursting. I don't know what to do and what's going to happen to us. I have got nowhere to go to, and I don't want to die here. You say to me in each letter that we'll see each other soon. Your words make me glad, my dear, but it seems to me that we're unlikely ever to meet. I think we have already parted forever.
Stalingrad was all but destroyed. Its elegant avenues and grand buildings had been bombed to ruins. But the fight for Stalingrad was only just beginning. It was about to enter a new and even more deadly phase.
Hitler now ordered over 100,000 ground troops to seize Stalingrad and deliver him a rapid victory. The task was given to the men of the 6th Army. It was Hitler's most powerful and best equipped force. They'd stormed through Poland, France and the Ukraine and never known defeat. Their commander was General Friedrich Paulus. He was a fine strategic planner, but not an inspiring leader. Above all else, he was totally loyal to Hitler. As his armies swept towards Stalingrad, Paulus set up his headquarters in this small village, 30 miles to the west of the city.
Paulus understood his task very clearly. Hitler wouldn't be content just with occupying Stalingrad. He wanted it annihilated. All Paulus had to decide was his line of attack. Paulus cast his eyes over maps on this very table. In front of him, Stalingrad sprawled for 30 miles along the west bank of the river Volga. It divided roughly into 3 areas. A factory zone in the north here, a civic centre here, and residential suburbs further south. The Germans, shown here in blue, had reached the Volga to the north and to the south of the city. The Soviet Red Army had been pushed back and were now isolated and outnumbered 2 to 1. With the river at their backs, the Soviets were now entirely dependent on supplies and reinforcements being ferried across the Volga from the east bank to the west. Stalingrad looked easy prey for Paulus. Paulus's plan for a ground assault targeted 2 key landmarks in the city. The central landing stage, where the Red Army unloaded their supplies, and this prominent hill, Mamayev Kurgan. It was the city's highest point. If Paulus could capture this, his guns would have the river and most of Stalingrad in their sights. You can see at a glance how vital this hill is. Commanding the city as it does, right the way along the Volga River, from the industrial area behind me down to the city centre right there.
At dawn on the 14th of September, just 2 weeks after the Luftwaffe air raids, Paulus put his plan into action. The city shuddered from the ferocity of the onslaught. And with each passing hour, the Soviets were rapidly losing control.
In little over 24 hours, German forces had stormed the southern part of the city. The main railway station was in their control, and the landing stage was surrounded and under heavy fire. Mamayev Kurgan, the city's highest point, was also under attack from the Germans.
The main Soviet force defending the city was the 62nd Army, but it had been battered by air raids and was having difficulty holding off the German attacks. Its men were outnumbered, exhausted, and dispirited.
But what they did have was a tough new commander. His name, General Vasily Chuikov. He was chosen for being a dogged and instinctive fighter with an almost unshakable nerve. But he knew his troops inside the city were on the verge of collapse.
Chuikov's only hope of preventing the immediate fall of Stalingrad lay on the opposite bank of the River Volga.
Here on the east bank, there were 10,000 Soviet reinforcements preparing to enter the city. They were elite troops, but they were short of ammunition, and 1 in 10 of them didn't even have a rifle. Nevertheless, at 7 p.m., they received orders to cross. Heavy German artillery fire rained down on the boats crossing the river. The water soon filled with burning debris and floating human remains. As the troops neared the shore, the scale of the devastation would have become clear. They would even have been able to smell the stench of corpses rotting in the summer heat. But there was no chance of turning back.
Chuikov's reinforcements were thrown straight into the heart of the battle. Some stormed the shore and secured the landing stage. From there, they moved quickly through the streets in order to retake the main railway station. Others joined the battle for Mamayev Kurgan, where the fighting was increasingly ferocious.
Artillery fire had turned this whole hilltop into a moonscape of blackened craters. It was also deafeningly noisy. One Russian soldier compared it to having steel needles pushed through his eardrums into his brain. Bodies of the dead and wounded lay everywhere throughout the city.
We're often sent into battle armed with nothing but our bare hands. And this is happening not just to our division, but to others too. People, hungry and exhausted, launch into battle with bare hands. That's how we are fighting. Things are bad.
Despite all this, the reinforcements held up the German advance, at least for the time being. But it came at a terrible cost. 80% of those Soviet reinforcements were killed or wounded within a week.
Churikov had averted a disaster, and he'd also sent Paulus a clear message. Stalingrad would be defended no matter what the human cost. But Churikov knew that if he was to hold on, he'd have to go further. He'd have to find some weakness in the seemingly invincible German army.
The German military tactics, which had been so effective in the war across Europe, relied on carefully coordinated attacks from aircraft of the German Luftwaffe and tanks on the ground. In wide open territory, this combination had made the Germans unstoppable. But the fight for Stalingrad was now confined to the streets of a ruined city. Churikov realized this gave him a chance to outsmart the German tactics.
Churikov told his men to stick so close to the Germans the Luftwaffe couldn't bomb them without fear of hitting its own men. What's more, the streets were so full of rubble and collapsed buildings that the German tanks found it difficult to maneuver. They were particularly vulnerable fighting at close quarters. Churikov said, "Every German must be made to feel he lives under the muzzle of a Russian gun."
Our troops are often separated from the enemy by only a few dozen meters. While the enemy holds one part of the building, we hold another. It often comes to hand-to-hand fighting. The hand grenade, the bottle of incendiary fluid, the bayonet. Such are the weapons which are often used in street and house-to-house fighting.
The Soviet troops did their best. But the Germans' overwhelming firepower was still too much for them. On the 26th of September, the Germans declared that they controlled the entire south and center of the city. But Churikov's troops still stubbornly refused to give in. And now, hiding in the ruins of the city, they found a new way to strike back at the Germans. Snipers were an invisible predator that could kill without warning.
To find out more about why snipers were so effective in Stalingrad, Dan and I went to the British Army's Sniper Training Centre in Wales. I would take on the role of a German commander, and Dan would be part of a Soviet sniper team.
What we have set up here, Peter, is your headquarters, and it would be far enough back from the front line to provide you with some limited protection, but it would be close enough for you to influence the battle.
My headquarters also had radio operators working inside, and a machine gunner to protect me. The task for Dan and his sniper team was to disable the headquarters, either by shooting me or my team. In this exercise, it would count as a hit if the sniper could identify the letter written on my helmet, and then fire a blank round. We also gave a letter to the machine gun sentry, so the targets were Q, Quebec, and D, Delta.
A sniper's first job is to find a hiding place from where they can fire at the enemy.
So what are you seeing, Dean? Anything suspicious?
Not yet. Keep looking, hopefully we'll be able to locate anyone that's out there, any suspicious movement.
It could be anywhere. If
Absolutely.
there's a sniper in there, it could be anywhere.
Yep.
It would have been extremely difficult in a large city that's been so devastated like Stalingrad to identify a sniper moving around and in position.
We'd managed to get into our building without being spotted, but to stay hidden, we had to change our camouflage to blend in with the new environment, just like the snipers in Stalingrad.
They would have something just like this, so they would get different colours of paint, mud, dirt, and just paint the whole thing up. Bearing in mind, all the contacts, all the firing was at really short distance, so the better they could blend in, the better for them if they had been detected.
Our plan was that rather than attacking the front, we would cover the rear exit from the headquarters.
Okay, you can see straight through there. That is a target area, so that looks to be like a HQ.
It was now just a question of sitting and waiting, but without losing my concentration.
As I'm sitting here, I'm realising that one of the real challenges to being a sniper is maintaining that focus, and the guys at Stalingrad would be doing that for a day or even longer, and you just don't know when the target's going to appear, and as a result you've got to be, your nerves up on edge the whole time.
While we kept watch at the back, 2 more snipers, the rest of our team, climbed into position in a small building directly in front of their headquarters.
But if they were in one of these buildings, they'd be using the shadow inside the building to hide themselves, set back from the window, nice and still.
The team at the front were now in position. They decided to attack the machine gunner because he was the most immediate threat.
Okay, enemy on target.
Same.
Delta.
Wait.
If he's a reasonably trained sniper who's well practiced, you would pretty much guarantee a hit with the first round.
Range 225 metres.
You should be able to achieve a shot onto your centre of mass at approximately 900 metres.
900 metres?
900 metres.
Shot from chest ahead.
Send it.
Hey, what's that? Delta.
Target down.
We've got to move.
Delta confirmed kill.
Inside the building, I thought I would be safe from the snipers.
Right.
We knew he was out there somewhere.
Confirm 1 kill. Delta is down. All other call signs moved into the building.
With our target inside the building, we decided to use a tactic used by snipers in Stalingrad. We called in artillery fire onto his headquarters to force him out into the open.
Hi Zero, this is 20 Delta. All call signs in building. Request Alpha 1, 1 Alpha. Fires X-ray 001, 5 now, over.
Now they're shooting at us. Artillery.
Right, I see artillery going in now. So you should push them out to the back.
It would only be a matter of time before we got a direct hit from the mortars onto this location. We've got to move.
Okay. We decided to move to our vehicle at the back of the building and used smoke to hide ourselves from the snipers at the front.
We now have smoke being thrown, obscuring our view.
Mortar's coming rather close.
Yeah, I can see a Q on his head.
I had a shot. I had a shot in from somewhere over there, goodness knows where.
I think that might have been Dad.
So that's me done for.
Absolutely.
Here they are. Hi, Dan. I had no idea where you were. No idea at all. But we could see you. You sure you hit me? Absolutely. I mean, William was quite frightening because I had absolutely no idea where you guys were. It just demonstrates how a very small number of people lightly equipped can keep a serious command post in real trouble. Well, really, really quite terrifying it must have been.
You don't see them at all. They have established themselves in houses and cellars and are firing on all sides, including from our rear. Barbarians. They use gangster methods.
Soviet snipers were very effective. The German troops knew that if they broke cover, they risked being shot. German snipers were soon brought into the city as well. And as the fighting raged above the ground, the soldiers were increasingly driven down into a terrifying new arena. Troops on both sides began to fight underground. Soldiers roamed through cellars, tunnels, and even sewers like this one, as they attempted to gain an advantage over the enemy. The German soldiers soon had a new name for this kind of fighting. They called it Rattenkrieg, War of the Rats. It was fighting of an intensity and terror unlike anything the soldiers had experienced before. It's hot, it's filthy, and it's stinking. And of course they knew that anywhere in the darkness, the enemy could be waiting for them.
I am alive, but in a moment I might be dead. You can get killed any second here. The fighting is very heavy, and so many people have been killed. Corpses lie on the ground, and it's dreadful to look. Our poor soldiers and Germans lie there rotting unwanted. Tanks drive over dead bodies as if they were logs of wood. The tanks are all covered in blood. It's a horror to see.
In mid-October, after over a month of fighting, buildings had been reduced to empty shells. Thousands of civilians were inside the city. Some stole food to survive, but many more died of starvation or from drinking polluted water. Alongside them in the ruins were tens of thousands of soldiers, also struggling to survive. The fight for Stalingrad had descended into a vicious series of battles over individual buildings, sometimes with the Soviets and the Germans on different floors of the same one. Troops could spend days trapped in a single room. In all the chaos, any sign of a clear front line simply vanished. But despite the tenacious Soviet defense, the Germans were increasing their stranglehold on the city.
The landing stage, where vital Russian supplies were brought across the river Volga, remained under heavy German fire. And fighting continued to rage for control of the city's highest point, Mamayev Kurgan. It had now changed hands several times, without either side establishing control. After 6 weeks of fighting, the German forces had managed to gain control of much of the shattered city. The Soviets only had this narrow strip of land, but somehow they were clinging on. Hitler was becoming increasingly impatient and demanded Paulus launch a decisive blow, this time on Stalingrad's industrial heart, the factories in the north of the city. They were the Soviets' last major refuge. If they lost these, they would have almost nothing left of the city. Their key stronghold was the tractor factory that dominated the entire area.
The factory had been converted to tank production to support the war effort, and despite the battle raging around it, tanks continued to roll out through its gates. A lack of raw materials meant they couldn't actually make new tanks here, but they could repair battle-damaged ones and get them back into operation. Sometimes they were driven straight out into combat by the factory workers themselves. But that was soon to end. On October the 14th, the attack on the factories began. Luftwaffe air raids blitzed the entire factory district. Planes flew 3,000 sorties a day, even more than in the original blitz on the city 7 weeks earlier. Supported by 200 tanks, thousands of German infantry began to storm the factory complex. Explosions shattered these enormous windows, sending deadly shards of glass raining down on the troops below. Even by the brutal standards of Stalingrad, it was clear that the fight for the city had reached a new level of ferocity. "8,000 Soviet commandos tried to defend the factory, but soon the walls were covered with blood. Over half of them were killed or wounded, including their commander. He was buried alive up to his neck in rubble when his command post received a direct hit. He was rescued a few hours later, but he collapsed in shock when he tried to tell General Chuikov what had happened.
With the resistance in the factories crumbling, Chuikov realized that even he would now have to retreat.
The German advance through the factory district forced Chuikov to pull his headquarters back here to the bank of the Volga. He was suffering severe casualties. More than a quarter of all his men had been killed or wounded since the attacks on the factories began. Units which had come to Stalingrad with 7,000 or 8,000 men were now down to a few hundred survivors.
The Soviets were once again staring defeat in the face.
The unrelenting German attacks had forced Chuikov's troops back into a handful of enclaves, only 200 meters, just over 200 yards deep in some places. One up here in the north. Another toehold in the factory area. And the larger area further south.
Chuikov had lost 90% of Stalingrad, but still refused to admit defeat.
The battle was well into its third month, and the heat of the summer was a distant memory. Temperatures had plummeted to well below zero. But just as it seemed that things couldn't get any worse for Chuikov's men, the river Volga started to freeze. This made it hard for boats to ferry supplies into the city. The men were cold, hungry, exhausted, and running out of ammunition.
Everyone has lost the belief that we will hold Stalingrad. No, it's clear. We will not be victorious. Our poor motherland. You have been crippled and dropped into the abyss.
Hitler was now convinced that the city was finally in his grasp. In a speech to party veterans on the 8th of November, he effectively claimed victory.
But the Germans were in for a dreadful shock, because while Hitler was obsessed with the fighting in the city, Stalin's high command had been planning a bold offensive that would change the course of the whole battle.
On the 19th of November, the Soviets launched one of the most awesome counterattacks in modern history. Field guns, mortars and rockets began a ferocious bombardment 75 miles to the west of Stalingrad. It was the earth-pounding product of 2 months' secret planning. For 80 minutes, artillery thundered. Then, at 8:40 a.m., they suddenly fell silent.
Just minutes minutes later, wave upon wave of Soviet tanks broke out from beneath their camouflage. The key phase of the Soviet battle plan was now underway. Hundreds of thousands of Soviet troops and thousands of tanks had been hidden in the countryside around Stalingrad, and now they were on the attack. The weather was appalling. Snow and freezing fog made it almost impossible to see where they were going. Urged on by their commanders, the troops surged forward. Infantrymen carrying their rifles ran alongside the tank, and some even hitched a ride. They clung on the back up here as the tank plunged through gullies and banks of snow. These men were leading a great Soviet comeback, thrusting deep into enemy-held territory.
Paulus got the news at his headquarters here. This is it on our map case, right here. The German front line ran from down here through Stalingrad in front of Paulus and right the way back to his rear. It was here in the north that the Soviets had mustered a massive force which had broken through behind Paulus. There was even worse news to come. Just 24 hours later, more Soviet tanks broke through the front line in the south and headed north to link up with the others. Soviet forces were closing like huge jaws around Paulus and his entire 6th Army. On the 24th of November, the jaws closed near the town of Kalach. The terrible reality dawned on Paulus. As many as 300,000 men in Stalingrad and the surrounding countryside were trapped in an area that became known as the Kessel, the German word for cauldron.
The Soviet troops were jubilant. They had outwitted and outmaneuvered the Germans. Just 5 days before, the Soviets had been on the brink of defeat in Stalingrad.
Paulus was stunned. No one had believed the Soviets had the strength to mount such a massive operation. Paulus asked Hitler permission to withdraw from Stalingrad and to punch a hole in the ring of Soviet troops surrounding him. But just like Stalin 4 months earlier, Hitler told his troops there was no question of their being allowed to withdraw from Stalingrad.
Hitler ordered his troops inside the Kessel to continue fighting, while he prepared 2 tank divisions to break through the encirclement from the outside. But it would take weeks for the forces to get into position and ready for the assault. Inside the Kessel, cut off from their supply lines, conditions for the trapped German troops were deteriorating rapidly.
Food, fuel and ammunition were all running out. To make matters worse, many of the German soldiers had never received their winter uniforms. There was little they could do except huddle together in whatever shelter they could find.
Hitler's decision to leave his army trapped inside the Kessel was an enormous gamble. He believed he would be able to keep them fighting with the support of an airlift. Flying supplies into airfields in the Kessel was a huge undertaking. There were 300,000 troops trapped around here, and Hitler's staff calculated that it would require 800 cargo planes flying night and day. It was an extraordinarily ambitious plan, but the head of the German Air Force, the bombastic Hermann Göring, convinced Hitler that it would work. To succeed, they would need to land here at airfields in the Kessel an absolute minimum of 300 tons of supplies every single day. But they had made some fatal miscalculations. Within days of the airlift starting, it became clear that Hitler and Göring had massively overestimated the capacity of their air force to supply the 6th Army.
A combination of Soviet fighter aircraft and appalling weather meant that on average only 120 tons of supply reached the Kessel each day, less than half of what was required.
We have no winter clothes. We have been swindled and have been condemned to death. We shall die of the war or the frost.
Inside Stalingrad, the fighting continued, and the Soviets unleashed a new kind of assault. Day and night, loudspeakers throughout the Kessel broadcast propaganda messages in German. They called Stalingrad a mass grave and urged German soldiers to surrender.
I can tell you that it's terrible to sit in this trap. In the dugouts, it's dark. And outside, the temperature is -20 or 30. I can only say that if it wasn't for our strength of will and our inspiration in the fight for Germany, the whole business would have been broken long ago.
Despite the psychological battering, the frostbite and the starvation, most German troops still refused to surrender. Some feared that they'd be tortured or shot by their Russian captors, but most simply refused to believe that Hitler would abandon them. Then, at long last, a rumour went round that salvation was on the way.
2 German tank divisions, backed up by infantry and aircraft of the Luftwaffe, were on the way towards their colleagues trapped in the Kessel. Leading the attack was one of Hitler's most successful commanders. His name was Field Marshal Erich von Manstein. He had masterminded Germany's whirlwind victory in France, and now he was leading the mission to rescue the Sixth Army. With the airlift failing, everybody realized that this was the last chance for the starving troops.
Manstein's tanks had to break through the front line, which was now down here, and then fight their way across the Soviet-controlled territory surrounding the Sixth Army. The German troops surged forwards towards their stranded colleagues. But within days, the Red Army intercepted the German advance 30 miles short of the trapped Sixth Army.
The Soviet defenses had formed an impenetrable barrier, and Manstein's rescue attempt could advance no further. But on the 20th of December, the news got even worse.
Manstein heard that the Soviets had launched a new offensive way off to the west, which threatened to cut off all the German forces in southern Russia. He had no choice but to veer off to deal with this new threat and abandon his attempt to break through to Paulus. With Manstein's departure went the last hope of the Sixth Army.
The Russian radio has announced the defeat of Manstein. Ahead of us is either death or captivity.
Realizing their fate, many German soldiers now wrote letters to their families.
We are men who know how to bear everything. The main thing is that you and the children are all right. Don't worry about me. Nothing can happen to me any longer. Today, I have made my peace with God. I give you all my love and 1,000 kisses. I love you to my last breath.
6 weeks into the encirclement, Soviet planes dropped thousands of leaflets into the Kessel. They promised the Germans safety, food, and medical attention if their commander conceded defeat. But the message ended with a chilling warning. If surrender was rejected, everyone inside the Kessel would be wiped out.
Once again, Hitler refused to allow his troops to surrender. So on the 10th of January 1943, the Soviets began the final operation to destroy all German troops that remained inside the Kessel.
Frozen, weakened by starvation and exhausted, the Sixth Army was no longer capable of defending itself properly. The only chance of escape was to make it to one of the 2 airstrips inside the Kessel and try to squeeze onto a plane. This is all that remains of Gumrak airfield, just west of Stalingrad. It's difficult to imagine the scene of chaos and desperation here in the new year of 1943. Everyone knew that each plane leaving here could be the last, and people were crushed in the fight to get aboard. Some desperate men even clung to the wings of taxiing. Aeroplanes, but as the pilots accelerated, one by one these men tumbled to the ground.
For 2 more weeks, German troops inside the Kessel were pushed relentlessly back. The German airfields were soon overrun. Now there was no way out. Survivors were chased into the freezing ruins of Stalingrad. Among them was General Paulus. Paulus moved his headquarters to the basement of this shop in the city centre. He was now a broken man.
But Hitler wanted to portray Paulus and his Sixth Army as martyrs fighting to the death for Germany. And on the 31st of January 1943, Paulus received a message from Hitler promoting him to Field Marshal. No German Field Marshal had ever given himself up alive, and Hitler no doubt expected Paulus to commit suicide.
Within hours, Soviet troops had surrounded Paulus. Trapped in his basement, he made his decision. At 7:45 a.m. on the 31st of January 1943, Paulus chose not to commit suicide, but to surrender himself. Under armed guard, he was taken to a house on the outskirts of the city. 2 days later, after 5 months of horror, the fighting finally ended.
The Battle of Stalingrad was over. The whole world had witnessed a catastrophic defeat for Hitler's Nazi empire. And for the Führer himself, it was a personal disaster. He'd been totally committed to victory and was now utterly humiliated.
The aura of invincibility that had surrounded Hitler's army for so long was gone forever. In Stalingrad alone, 150,000 German troops had been killed. And 90,000 more were now beginning the long, slow journey to Soviet prison camps. Only 5,000 of them would ever return home.
In this grassy field, on the outskirts of the city, was one of the last German command posts. It still bears the scars of battle. More than 60 years later, the evidence is everywhere. These are just some of the thousands of bones discovered every year. A gruesome reminder of the horrific death toll.
Although his city lay in ruins, Stalin had won. But victory had come at a terrible price. The Soviets lost more men and women during the Stalingrad campaign than Britain and America lost during the entire war. This park is a monument to the defenders of Stalingrad, who ultimately helped change the course of the Second World War. Stalingrad was the battle that marked the beginning of the end for Nazi Germany.
Over the next 2 years, Stalin chased Hitler's armies all the way back to Berlin. In 1945, the Nazi Empire was finally crushed between Britain, America and their allies in the West, and Soviet forces in the East. The irony is that Stalin went on to replace one oppressive empire in Eastern Europe with another of his own. And the Soviet Union, which had been the West's ally during the Second World War, became its bitter opponent during the Cold War, which lasted another half-century.
Next time we bring you the battle for Korea. I'll be describing the enormous shifts in the fortunes of the United Nations allies as they fought against a communist enemy.
And I'll be telling the story of what it was like for the ground troops when these two very different armies clashed.
In 3 long years of war, one of the most decisive battles was fought here. It was the Battle of the Injin River. On the banks of this river in Korea in 1951, America, Britain and their United Nations allies were locked in a battle with tens of thousands of communist troops. What moved the Allies to cross the world to fight here in Korea, only 5 years after the bloodshed of the Second World War, was their drive to stop communism spreading further. I'll be revealing the dramatic reversals in military fortunes of the armies of the capitalist West and the communist East. And telling the story of how events in Korea nearly spiraled out of control, raising the spectre of nuclear war.
The Korean War was waged by men from 24 different countries around the world. Men divided by ideology, but also by the way they fought. On one hand, massive firepower. On the other, overwhelming numbers. I'll be telling the story of what it was like for the ground troops when these two very different armies clashed. And describing the brutal fighting often waged in extreme conditions across the entire Korean peninsula.
This is the story of a largely forgotten conflict, and of the battle that took place here on the Imjin River during the Communist Spring Offensive of 1951. A battle that was to be a turning point in the war for Korea. I'm on a journey to perhaps the world's strangest border, the border between North and South Korea. Right now, I'm about to enter the South Korean side of the 4-kilometer-wide security zone that straddles the entire length of the boundary. This zone is effectively a no-go area, policed by troops from the United Nations. Marked out by miles of barbed wire fences and defended with landmines. At the border itself, there are no fences or gates. Here, the border is simply marked by this block of concrete, just 4 inches high. Yet absolutely no one is allowed to step across. Guarding the border on the south side stand the soldiers of the South Korean Army. Immediately opposite, the men of the North Korean Army. The only place along the entire border that the two sides are in direct communication is on this spot, where a few huts literally straddle the border. Strictly speaking, standing here, I'm in South Korean territory. But if I step beyond this table here, in theory, I'm inside North Korea. Although practically speaking, the mysterious country of North Korea lies beyond that guarded and locked door over there. So, how come such a bizarre situation exists here? Well, the fact is that North and South Korea are still officially at war, and have been for more than half a century. Before the Second World War, the entire Korean peninsula was under the control of Japan. But when Japan was defeated, the victors divided the country along this line of latitude here, the 38th parallel. The Soviet Union sponsored a communist regime up here in the north, under Kim Il-sung in his capital Pyongyang, and the Americans put Syngman Rhee, a fiercely right-wing nationalist in control of South Korea, in his capital, Seoul. Syngman Rhee wanted to govern not just South Korea, but the entire peninsula. He wanted to unite North and South under a capitalist regime. In the North, his opposite number and bitter enemy, Kim Il-sung, also wanted to unify the Korean peninsula, but under the banner of communism. Each man had his dream of unifying Korea under his rule, but neither of them did very much about it. Until just after 4 a.m. on the 25th of June 1950, when, without any warning, North Korea invaded the South.
Within hours, 130,000 men of the North Korean army were pouring across the border. The North Korean army caught the South Koreans utterly unprepared. The South Koreans could barely muster a fighting force. Outgunned and overwhelmed by enemy tanks, the ill-equipped army were rapidly forced back.
Even though we fired our guns at them, the tanks were not damaged at all. We could not destroy them. We were in a panic. We couldn't resist the enemy. It was terrifying.
In just 48 hours, the communist soldiers were poised to attack the South Korean capital, Seoul. Seoul was the jewel in the crown of South Korea, and the North Korean army's attack on it was swift and certain. The communists burst through these narrow streets, meeting little resistance as they took control. The North Korean troops swamped the city. And by June the 28th, just 3 days after the invasion, communist flags were flying over Seoul. But the North Koreans didn't stop here in Seoul. They pushed on southwards, aiming to take the whole peninsula in the name of communism. They crossed rivers, they traversed mountains, and they defeated the weak South Korean army at every encounter. For the North Koreans, it was beginning to look like a walkover.
The West and its allies feared the North's seizure of South Korea would be another dangerous advance of communism throughout the world. And the West was determined to do something about it.
The Americans took the lead in persuading the United Nations to go to the defense of South Korea. Now, the Soviet Union could have vetoed this proposal, but they weren't there. In the Soviet Union's absence, the vote was passed. For the first time, the United Nations was going to war.
21 nations from around the world, including Britain, would send men and equipment to Korea. But there would be no doubt as to who would be in charge. America, by far the biggest single force, was in command.
The fighting in Korea was no longer a small skirmish in a far-flung country. It had dragged in a superpower.
Within days, Allied troops began to flood into South Korea. American troops were the first of the UN forces to arrive in Korea, shipped in from their bases in nearby Japan. And they entered here, through Korea's southernmost port, Busan. When they landed, they faced a desperate situation, and it was getting worse, because by now, the South Korean army had almost totally collapsed under the advance of the North Korean steamroller. But the American troops were virtually powerless to improve matters, because these were not the same battle-hardened, well-equipped men that had been victorious in the Second World War.
We had equipment left over from World War II, most of which had been in a warehouse someplace, and it was from unserviceable to non-existent. We were in a very poor shape for everything. We were not ready to fight a war. That's the long and the short of it.
Just weeks after setting foot on Korean soil, the American land forces faced a terrible humiliation. By now, the North Koreans controlled nearly the whole of the Korean peninsula. And this meant that the American troops and their South Korean allies were packed into an increasingly tight corner, an area that became known as the Busan Perimeter. This was a tiny pocket of land, just 50 miles by 50 miles around the port of Busan in the southernmost tip of the peninsula. Everywhere else was in North Korean hands. the United Nations forces were surrounded and in danger of being pushed out of Korea altogether.
What was needed to rescue the United Nations forces from disaster was a bold stroke from a decisive leader. And that's exactly what they got from the man in charge, the American General Douglas MacArthur. MacArthur was one of those commanders who was larger than life. He was America's most decorated officer in the First World War, and he relished the fame he'd won, leading the defeat of Japan in the Second World War. Now the Korean War gave the aging general a chance of yet another triumph. MacArthur knew that if he was to push Kim Il-sung's Communist army back into North Korea, he'd have to come up with a much more ambitious strategy than simply battling it out on the Busan perimeter. In World War II, MacArthur's greatest victories had been achieved through amphibious landings, sending troops in by sea to attack behind enemy lines. Such landings carried grave risks, but MacArthur was convinced he had mastered the technique. MacArthur now proposed to use the same strategy in Korea, with a bold attempt to take the pressure off his forces trapped in this chokehold in the southeast of the peninsula. He would deliver an amphibious hammer blow, not down here around Busan, but 150 miles behind enemy lines to the northwest, at the port city of Incheon. If he could seize Incheon, his troops could move on to Seoul, a mere 20 miles inland, cut the North Koreans off from behind, and force them to fight on two fronts, here and here. The North Koreans would be surrounded and crushed. But a landing at Incheon would be a high-risk exercise. The harbour city was placed at the end of a treacherous passage called Flying Fish Channel, where the tide raced in and out twice a day. When the tide fell by as much as 11 meters or 36 feet, vast mudflats were exposed, making an approach impossible. Even when the tide was in, the city was protected by high sea walls and a fortified island at the mouth of the harbour named Wolmido. MacArthur's plan, codenamed Operation Chromite, was to assemble a vast naval force carrying 70,000 US troops who would brave the dangerous tides of Incheon harbour and land on the beaches. The Marines would first have to take the key beach at Wolmido, codenamed Green Beach, which was only possible during the short window when the tide was high. Once the enemy had been silenced on Wolmido, the rest of the landing force would have to wait a whole 12 hours for the tide to rise again before they could assault Red Beach to the north of Incheon and Blue Beach to the south. Set for mid-September 1950, Operation Chromite was to be the largest amphibious landing since D-Day. Many of MacArthur's colleagues thought his plan near impossible. One of them even said, "We drew up a list of every natural and geographic handicap, and Incheon had them all." MacArthur himself privately admitted his Operation Chromite was risky. It was going to be a tough assignment for the crack US Marines hand-picked to carry out the operation.
All positions APS unknown, bears 193, speed fast.
The Marines' success hung on meticulous planning. But when I went to visit the British Royal Marines aboard HMS Albion, I found out just how many factors can throw the best plan off course.
There's the weather, there's the tide that has an impact. The sea state.
Of course, the Americans at Incheon had
real problems with the tides. Very high tides, just a 12-hour gap between them. How important is it to get the tides absolutely right?
Well, if we get it wrong, then we're going to end up either getting caught on sandbars offshore...
and you're at the mercy of enemy fire.
Absolutely. And if the tide is too high, then of course you may be actually slamming into the sea wall, equally difficult to get people off. So timing is absolutely crucial.
Now, when your landing craft are underway, and you're on that landing craft with all your guys, how critical to you is the covering fire that's coming down on the enemy as you go into the beach?
Absolutely fundamental. And that's why all our destroyers and our frigates have big guns on the front. That's what they're for, is to buy us that time to get ashore. But this will be a matter of supreme concern for the lads that are now on the landing craft and steaming into the beach.
Not directly above, I shall remain clear of the salt reefs on
And what's it like being on a landing craft on your way into a beach?
There will be guys that are utterly disorientated. They won't have a clue if they're in exactly the right position, what they're going to see when they get off the landing craft. Given with that, some will have been sick, some will be dizzy, some will be confused.
And frightened?
Oh, hugely frightened. One of the crew of the landing craft, who's working up on deck, will be shouting 500 metres to go, 400 metres to go, and then counting them down. And of course they get to 100 metres to go, they all stand up, the doors get pushed open, and then they're just stood there waiting for the ramp to drop. Hit the beach, ramp goes down, and then they're off.
The US Marines waiting off the coast of Incheon were about to go through exactly the same experience as 0 hour for the amphibious landing drew near. At around 6 a.m. on the 15th of September, the actual landing part of the operation swung into action, under the cover of Allied naval gunfire. 6 British and American destroyers had already steamed in to within a mile of the city, and anchored so that their guns could fire at point-blank range on Wilmedo and the entire Incheon area. For 2 days, Incheon had been bombed by aircraft dropping napalm on the North Korean defenses and pounded by warships. Now, under yet more covering fire, the landing craft used the high tide to sweep in from the sea and land on Wilmedo's green beach. Through the chaos caused by the supporting fire, wave after wave of landing craft headed for Green Beach.
Smoke was boiling out of Incheon. The entire beach area simply disappeared in an enormous cloud of dust and smoke, with only the occasional glare of rocket bursts showing through. It was just awesome.
But as the first wave of Marines approached Green Beach, they were faced with a daunting task. Scaling the 12-foot-high defensive seawalls under enemy fire.
Well, this is Green Beach on Wilmedo today. Not quite the same sight that would have greeted the first wave of US Marines as they clambered up the sea wall. With the second wave of Marines just 4 minutes behind, they quickly advanced inland, the landscape blackened and blasted by the covering fire. The Marines swept over the island, meeting limited resistance and suffering few casualties. In just 2 hours, the Marines' commander radioed the waiting fleet. Wilmedo secured. Phase 1 of their mission had been accomplished. Marines, the battle had only just begun. As this tide retreated, it took with it the landing craft, their vital lifeline to the Allied ships out there. They had to dig in. For the next 12 hours, they had the unenviable task of defending the island against a possible counterattack. It was vital the Marines held their ground. Only if they retained control of this crucial island could further waves of landing craft move safely onto Incheon itself. They waited hour after hour for the tide to turn, waiting to defend against any North Korean counterattack. But the big attack never came. Only at 5:30 did the tide come back in, and conditions were again favourable for the next phase of the American landings further up the channel. Red Beach fell to the Marines with little resistance. But there was still one more beach to capture. Almost simultaneously, the Marines assaulted here at Blue Beach, about a mile south of Incheon. But things on Blue Beach didn't go quite as smoothly. Out to sea, 25 separate assault waves had formed, but as they approached the shore, many of them were swept wildly off course by the strong currents. The assault on Blue Beach was in disarray. Landing craft at risk of capsizing, men in danger of drowning. Those who did make it through found the beach choked with smoke from the earlier naval bombardment.
The actual landing conditions were terrible. The city was on fire, and the rain was mixing with the smoke and fire of the bombardment, so it was very difficult finding the beach. Some units got mixed up, landing on the wrong beaches, and we just had to get it all sorted out.
Despite the problems, there was no serious opposition to stop the Allied advance. They managed to push on through Incheon and further inland. Their journey took them eastwards, liberating village after village, rapidly crushing what little North Korean resistance they met. Their bold attack behind enemy lines had been a resounding success. In just 11 days, the men of the United Nations Army had reached their target and recaptured the South Korean capital, Seoul. The war in Korea was taking a whole new turn.
By now, the Allied forces pinned down inside the Pusan perimeter had been reinforced with fresh battle-ready troops. They broke out and thrust north to join those who'd recaptured Seoul.
The United Nations forces could now attack the North Korean troops from two directions. Kim Il-sung's army was effectively surrounded and quickly collapsed.
Within just 2 weeks, the Allies had pushed the crumbling North Korean army back over the 38th parallel, back into North Korea. It was an incredible turnaround. The two Koreas were now back where they began, divided by the 38th parallel. The question for the UN allies was what to do next. The United Nations could have ended the war right there, but MacArthur wanted to press on. He didn't just want to kick communism out of South Korea, but crush it in North Korea as well. He said the North should pay the penalty for invading the South. he urged the United Nations to take the war across the border. At the end of September 1950, MacArthur got his way. He was given the go-ahead to cross the 38th parallel and push into North Korea. The UN army were no longer repelling an invasion. They had themselves become the invaders. The Allied invasion of North Korea began very well. On October the 7th, the main body of the United Nations force drove northwards, and within a month they'd overrun the communist capital, Pyongyang. Still they pressed on, scattering any North Koreans who opposed them. The United Nations forces were now within reach of fulfilling MacArthur's vision of a total victory over communism and a united anti-communist Korea. Word went around that MacArthur had even promised his troops would be home by Christmas, in a month's time. But every step his men took north threatened to awaken a sleeping dragon. MacArthur's troops were now fast approaching the Yalu River, the border between North Korea and Communist China. The Chinese leader, Mao Zedong, had been watching events in Korea. His new communist regime was only a year old and far from secure. Now the United Nations army was rapidly approaching his eastern border. As far as Mao was concerned, this was blatant imperialist aggression, and it had to be stopped. In September 1950, he ordered the Chinese People's Volunteer Army into North Korea. Led by Commander Peng Dehuai, their aim was to confront and crush the United Nations. The vast armies of China had joined the war.
Almost overnight, the men of the United Nations faced a very different enemy. The Chinese were tough. They were battle-hardened veterans of years of civil war, expert in close-quarters fighting and used to the rugged terrain. What really set them apart as a fighting force is that they were highly politicized. Each man had to sign a pledge of commitment to the cause, and each unit had to swear an oath to destroy imperialism.
They warned us if we didn't wipe out the enemy in Korea now, one day they would come back to China and we would lose everything. We swore to triumph in the communist cause and protect everything the revolution had won for us. We weren't ever going to be oppressed by imperialists again.
The Chinese may have been rugged and determined, but their real advantage lay in the sheer vastness of their numbers. The UN, on the other hand, relied on completely different strategies. Rather than the massed use of troops travelling swiftly and silently across open countryside, the UN had fewer troops, relying on road-bound tanks and artillery. Artillery was the key weapon that would form the bedrock of the Allied battle plan.
Dan and I were given the chance to experience what it's like to be under live artillery fire when we visited the bombard shelter of the British Royal School of Artillery.
A converge, a PD, a 2 rounds.
At my command, a 1 round fire for effect.
A 3 on the 5. 1 0, fire over.
Even in this bunker, you can actually feel the shockwaves go through you, can't
Are
you?
you telling me you can? How critical is the artillery defending a position like this against, imagine these waves of Chinese attacking?
Absolutely vital. The contribution that artillery makes in delaying the enemy, taking them out, taking out large numbers, which have been absolutely critical with the Chinese because they did the human wave tactics, was vital. Lethal effect would probably be about 150 metres in a circle, taking people out. That would be killing them, and then the actual damage will go out to about 200 or 300 metres.
Extraordinary, isn't it?
And that effect would be continuous, day or night, all weathers, 24 hours a day. That's what you would receive.
The effect on an enemy out there is absolutely devastating.
Even inside the reinforced bunker, we could feel the force of the explosions. But it was only out in the open that we could see the impact those explosions would have on an enemy attack. So these shells, they're basically just like giant hand grenades.
Absolutely, and that's the effect we're after.
Each shell breaks up into hundreds of fragments?
Thousands of fragments.
Thousands of fragments.
Yeah, the air would have been black with those fragments. And I've got some here, which we fired today actually, a whole range. The optimum size is probably this one. And if you just look at that, you'll see how heavy and sharp.
That's just a jagged edge.
One of those will kill someone, of course it will.
Easily, easily. These two here would have taken this chap's arms off. This one here would have killed him. That one up the top is a serious head wound. And the last one on here would have hurt his leg.
And yet they came on, the Chinese. They came on and on
They still
through
came
this
on,
stuff.
weight of numbers. But as they're coming forward, you know, they're encountering their comrades, wounded, injured, screaming. Do they keep going? Do they help them out? What do they do? The whole time we're just sapping the momentum out of this attack.
But no matter how lethal the artillery fire, it did little to stem the massed attacks of the Chinese army.
We swarmed into action like ants. The enemy guns overheated with the continuous use. They began to misfire and could no longer hit their targets. In the end, they would see so many people coming at them, they would panic.
One after another, United Nations positions were simply overwhelmed by wave after wave of Chinese infantry. Some United Nations units fought hard. Others fell back in disarray. Generally, morale collapsed, and to make matters worse, the bitter Korean winter was setting in. By late November 1950, with the temperature well below 0 degrees, men of both sides were fighting at the limit of human endurance. The Chinese soldiers were wearing only lightly padded cotton uniforms and thin canvas shoes to protect them against the bitter cold. The Allies fared little better, and much of their equipment simply seized up. The men had to keep themselves awake for fear of freezing to death as they slept.
The first night the Chinese hit us, I lost 39 men to frostbite. The next afternoon, I went down to the medical station, and the doctors were breaking off all those frozen toes with forceps. I never saw those men again. I lost a whole platoon to frostbite.
Fighting a war in these dire conditions was not what these men had expected. To make matters worse, some American Marines found themselves surrounded at a place called Choi Sin. Despite relentless Chinese attacks, the Americans managed to fight their way out. But elsewhere on the battlefield, other soldiers couldn't cope. Without waiting for orders, some turned around and fled.
We moved headlong, helter-skelter, trying to get to the port at Busan. It was disgusting. Unbelievable. I never felt so ashamed in all of my life as to be a part of an army that was running away.
Allied defenses were crumbling across practically the entire front line. The United Nations generals had no choice. They ordered a full-scale withdrawal.
It was the largest military withdrawal in US history. As the Chinese drove south, the United Nations Army folded in front of them. And by January 1951, the Americans and their allies had been thrown back south of Seoul. Once again, the South Korean capital was in the hands of the communists. But this proved a step too far. Because the Chinese had moved so far south, their supply lines were now severely strained. And the tide turned yet again. The UN Army once more began to push north. Over the first weeks of 1951, the Allies clawed their way back to a line just north of Seoul, but just south of the old border. After 7 months of seesawing, advance and withdrawal, once more the two sides were practically back to where they'd been when the war began.
The huge, sweeping moves of the two sides up and down the peninsula subsided into an apparent stalemate. But how to break this stalemate was to lead to a crisis at the very highest level of the American leadership. The American president, Harry Truman, did not want to do anything to escalate the war in Korea. But General MacArthur still demanded total victory over his communist enemy.
MacArthur believed his president's policy was too timid, and he was going to say so loud and clear. In order to achieve total victory, he demanded that the war should be taken into China itself.
What MacArthur was proposing was not simply to attack China, but to have the option of attacking it with nuclear weapons. This war was threatening to go nuclear.
With MacArthur now publicly challenging Washington policy, President Truman had to make a decision, and he made a brave one.
I believe that we must try to limit the war to Korea for these vital reasons: to make sure that the precious lives of our fighting men are not wasted, to see that the security of our country and the free world is not needlessly jeopardized, and to prevent a third world war. I have therefore considered it essential to relieve General MacArthur. General MacArthur is one of our greatest military commanders. But the cause of world peace is much more important than any individual.
MacArthur's dismissal marked the end of an era, the end of the Allied aim to unite the two Koreas under a democratic flag. MacArthur's job went to General Matthew Ridgway, a man both liked and respected by his ground troops, and a man who accepted the idea of a divided Korea.
Ridgway's aim was to establish a defensible line in the mountains and rivers just north of Seoul, from where he could keep the communists at bay. But the Chinese commander, Peng Dewey, had an entirely different plan. He wanted to demolish the Allied forces and throw them out of Korea once and for all.
Unknown to the mainly British and American soldiers who were starting to dig in, China's vast armies were preparing to launch a massive attack, their spring offensive.
As night fell on the 22nd of April 1951, hundreds of thousands of North Korean and Chinese troops prepared to attack right along the battlefront, marked here in the western section of the peninsula by the Imjin River, only 30 miles from Seoul. These Chinese troops were masters of infiltration and concealment. Morale was high. Confident of victory, the Chinese leaders told their men they'd be celebrating May Day in the streets of Seoul. That night, the Chinese took their positions along the banks of the Imjin and lay in wait for the order to move.
The Chinese commander, Peng Dewe's plan was for a huge coordinated attack, practically from coast to coast. And the aim of his spring offensive, to destroy entire UN divisions by swamping them with sheer weight of numbers, carving them up into small pockets and wiping them out one by one. Then he'd move to recapture Seoul. Peng ordered the North Koreans to bring pressure on the east end of the line here. But the main attack would be by the Chinese themselves, punching a hole through the line in 3 places, against mostly South Korean forces here, American forces here, and here, in the west, where I am now, the Chinese put a large force up against the mainly British 29th Brigade, who were defending the historic invasion route to Seoul across the Imjin River. Until now, the Americans and South Korean troops had borne the brunt of this war, but over the next few days, the men of the mainly British 29th Brigade, led by Brigadier Tom Brodie, would play a vital role. The 29th Brigade's 9-mile-long front along the Imjin River was pivotal. If the Chinese breached the line in this position, the Allied divisions either side would be exposed and the routes to Seoul would be open. Of vital importance were 2 river crossings, with tracks leading to the capital just 30 miles to the south. 700 men of the Gloucestershire Regiment guarded this track, from the hills just south of a ford, which they later called Gloucester Crossing. This second crossing and track were guarded by another 700 men from a battalion of the Royal Northumberland Fusiliers. In support, both British battalions could call on the Royal Artillery's field guns back here. All this, plus some tanks in reserve here, and some other units on either side, were part of Brodie's 29th Brigade. And everything in this region was under the overall command of the American 3rd Division. There were just 4,000 men in the British 29th Brigade, thinly spaced and not yet properly dug in. A pitifully small contingent to be defending such a crucial stretch of front. Advancing on them, the entire Chinese 63rd Army, over 27,000 men. The British were outnumbered by around 7 to 1.
At 10 p.m. on the 22nd of April, the first Chinese troops started to wade across this shallow section of water here. But they were held back for nearly 2 hours by less than 16 men from a platoon of the Gloucesters firing from up here on the south bank.
And then we saw the Chinese. They were thick in the water, somewhere around 2,000 men. It was an astonishing target, and we did use up all our ammunition.
After halting 4 separate Chinese assaults, the British troops finally ran out of ammunition, and they had no choice but to pull back and rejoin their unit. There was now nothing to stop the Chinese from advancing further.
Throughout the night of the 22nd of April, vast numbers of Chinese soldiers succeeded in crossing the Imjin River, that's it down there, and pushing southwards towards here. This area, known as Castle Hill, was held by around 100 men of the Gloucester's A Company. They were in for a very long night.
For 6 hours, under bright moonlight and under the glare of parachute flares, A Company fought a ferocious close-quarters battle for control of this hill. Again and again, the Chinese attacked up it, and again, A Company drove them back with machine gun and mortar fire. All the time, they received vital help from their artillery just over 5 miles away to the rear.
Shells rained down. In front of me, a whole squad was blown to pieces, and the bodies of dead and wounded scattered along the track. I did not wait to be killed. I ran beyond that barrage as fast as my legs would carry me.
At times, the supporting artillery was the only thing slowing the Chinese advance.
At first light, on the 23rd of April, things were looking decidedly bleak for the whole 29th Brigade. In fact, it was looking grim right away along the whole Allied line. Some 30 miles over there to the east, a South Korean division collapsed under the Chinese pressure, and American and Commonwealth troops were desperately trying to plug the gap. It made it all the more vital that the British 29th Brigade held on here at all costs. The Northumberland Fusiliers, guarding the easterly track down from the river, had found their forward positions threatened. The Chinese had begun to gain the high ground here, and the Fusiliers were being pushed back. The line was weakening, and the Chinese were infiltrating the gaps between the British positions. As for the Gloucesters, 5 miles to the west, their A Company were unable to hold out any longer on Castle Hill. There was no other option for the soldiers here, reduced to just 1 officer and fewer than 60 men, but to pull back and join the rest of the battalion further south. Relying completely on supporting artillery fire, they managed to retreat to a hill that became known as Gloucester Hill. By dawn on the next day, the 24th of April, the entire battalion, reduced to around 400 men, were all defending Gloucester Hill against around 10,000 Chinese soldiers. And they were practically surrounded. By now, the Gloucester situation was so precarious that the 29th Brigade commander, Brigadier Brodie, sent in a column of tanks along this valley in an attempt to blast its way through to them. But the lead tank was hit, and it blocked the route, and the attempt to break through to the Gloucesters had to be abandoned. All hope of getting help to them evaporated. That afternoon, General Soule, the American commander of all the units in the area, radioed to ask how things were going. Brigadier Brodie, instead of urgently requesting the Gloucester's withdrawal, replied simply that things were a bit sticky. He couldn't have chosen a worse moment for a bit of British understatement. The American general was given no idea how bad things really were, and so he ordered 29th Brigade to hold their position. What followed was disaster.
At 10 p.m, the Chinese struck. The Gloucesters fought a bloody hand-to-hand battle and pushed back attack after attack. The battle raged all through the night. It was the beginning of the end for the Gloucesters.
The entire 29th Brigade was at breaking point. If they didn't withdraw, they faced death or captivity. The attempt to get any relief to the Gloucesters may have been blocked, but over on the right, the Northumberland's line of retreat was still clear. Brigadier Brodie had ordered tanks up the track to escort them out. But the withdrawal became chaotic as the Chinese managed to swarm onto the track and climb on the British tanks. The crews of neighbouring tanks were forced to hose each other's tanks with machine gun fire in a desperate attempt to dislodge the clambering Chinese. rescue of the Northumberlands was succeeding, but only just. But the Gloucesters, off to the west, were left to their fate. In the face of the rapidly advancing Chinese, Brigadier Broughton had by now been forced to withdraw the artillery supporting his troops. And once these vital guns were silenced, the men of the Gloucesters really were at the mercy of the Chinese.
The men stranded just up there on the top of Gloucester Hill were preparing for a nearly impossible task. They were going to try and make a break for it. But many had not slept or eaten for days, and with virtually no ammunition, getting back to friendly lines would be a near impossible task. But the Gloucesters had little choice. They set out across the enemy-infiltrated stretch of land on what for many would be their final journey.
The Gloucesters had started the Battle of the Imjin with 700 men. 58 had been killed in the fighting. Only 63 made it back to the safety of British lines that night. Nearly 600 Gloucesters were taken prisoner.
It was a very shameful moment, surrendering. I hated doing it. Surrendering seemed to go against everything that I thought soldiering should be about.
The rest of 29 Brigade had fared little better than the Gloucesters, but those few days in April 1951 had taken their toll on the enemy too.
Although 29 Brigade had lost a quarter of its men, it had destroyed nearly half of the communist forces attacking them across the Imjin. And right the way along the entire battlefront in Korea, other British, American and Allied forces fought heroic battles of their own.
No one knows exactly how many the Chinese lost, but it was in the tens of thousands.
The communist offensive ground to a halt along the entire battle line. It was to be the last major assault of its kind. The Chinese would never again launch an attack on the scale of the spring offensive of 1951. Like the Americans, they too had finally realized that neither of them could win control of the whole of Korea.
While the Allied crushing of the Communist spring offensive, in great part along the Imjin River, did not end the fighting immediately, it did bring both sides to the negotiating table. Yet when they first met on July the 10th, 1951, few could have had any inkling that the negotiations would drag on for over 2 years. All this time, the vicious battles for minor stretches of tactical ground continued, and the casualty rate soared. This increasingly futile war was to go on another 2 years before the fighting finally ended.
The two sides agreed the position of the new border between them, and they agreed on roughly the line of the 38th parallel just about here. And on the 27th of July, 1953, they agreed a ceasefire. In 3 years of warfare, more than 2 million people had lost their lives, and a country had been devastated. And yet, the border between North and South Korea had barely changed. And there's one even bigger irony. The two sides have never signed a peace treaty. The state of war between North and South Korea still officially exists.
To this day, Korea's two sides remain in an uneasy stalemate. North Korea is still one of the most undeveloped countries in the world, and fiercely secretive. South of the border, it's a very different story.
South Korea has developed into a vibrant and thriving democracy. Today, the two Koreas may be vastly different, but one thing hasn't changed. For the people of North and South Korea, the threat of a return to hostilities still looms. 50 years after the ceasefire, South Koreans still plan for the worst. Around twice a year, a siren sounds across the South Korean capital here in Seoul. It's a drill for the taking of immediate shelter in the event of a North Korean attack. For a few minutes, these city streets empty in readiness for return to hostilities.
There's an awful lot of very brave fights going on right the way along the line.
Next time, 20th Century Battlefields brings you the Tet Offensive, fought in Vietnam. This massive communist assault was the turning point in the 20th century's longest war. I'll be explaining how the American military had to adapt itself to face up to a largely guerrilla fighting force.
And I'll be experiencing what it was like for the soldiers as they fought their way through South Vietnam.
The Tet Offensive was one of the most decisive battles of the 20th century. On January the 31st, 1968, the people of Saigon in South Vietnam were celebrating their New Year festival called Tet. Suddenly, savage fighting broke out. It was the beginning of a nationwide communist assault that would change the course of the long-running Vietnam War.
The Tet Offensive was to be a turning point in a war that would eventually see this city and the whole of Vietnam united under communist rule. A war that would rage for more than a decade, and that would in the end see America, one of the world's superpowers, suffer perhaps its greatest setback of the 20th century.
I'll be explaining how the best equipped army in the world had to adapt its strategy to face a largely guerrilla fighting force.
The American troops had to get used to this new kind of combat in a strange country far away from home. I'll be experiencing a little of what it was like for them as they fought their way through the towns and cities of South Vietnam. I'll also be telling the story of the communist fighters who staged this bold attack on the world's mightiest military power.
In the whole of this long war, it was the Tet Offensive of 1968 that was the pivotal moment. Fought here in the streets of Vietnam, it struck right at the very core of the American psyche. The Tet Offensive was one of the most decisive battles of the 20th century.
Since 1965, the Americans had been fighting the communist regime in North Vietnam. The West was gripped by a fear of communism, devouring country after country.
And the Americans believed that if they didn't make a decisive stand in Vietnam, the whole of Southeast Asia would fall.
By 1967, hundreds of thousands of American troops had poured into South Vietnam. Many were stationed in remote areas like this hillside called Con Thien. Con Con Thien was at the sharp end of the war in Vietnam. The fight against the communists had become so fierce that the Marines based here called it the meat grinder. During the war, there would have been artillery here, both in this bunker and dug in on the hillside. Most of it would have pointed that way, because just over there was a border that cut Vietnam in two. On this side, the Republic of South Vietnam, which the Americans were here to protect, and on the far side, the Communist North.
The fire base here at Con Thien was in the front line of America's war against communism, to prevent the Communist North taking over the South. Con Thien was one of a chain of US artillery bases just south of the border. Here's the base right here. And here's the border, with a kind of no man's land either side of it, called the demilitarized zone. The demilitarized zone literally cut Vietnam in half. Down here was South Vietnam, a fragile republic governed by a military elite whose army needed America's help. Their capital was Saigon. The whole of Vietnam, north and south, is 1,000 miles from bottom to top. Up here, communist North Vietnam, backed by the Soviet Union and China, and leading it in its capital Hanoi, the lifelong communist and ardent nationalist Ho Chi Minh. Known as Uncle Ho to his followers, Ho Chi Minh had trained and equipped an army of 500,000 North Vietnamese soldiers. Ho had successfully driven out the French colonial government in 1954, and now he was resolved to push out the Americans and reunite Vietnam under communism. The Americans were led by General William Westmoreland. With a clutch of medals from World War II and Korea, Westmoreland now led an American force of 500,000 troops in support of some 800,000 South Vietnamese soldiers. But the challenge faced by General Westmoreland and his men was all the greater because they didn't just have one enemy, they had two. As well as a threat from the north, the Americans and their South Vietnamese allies had to face thousands of local communist guerrillas here inside South Vietnam itself.
The Southern Communist rebels called themselves the National Liberation Front, but history remembers them by the name the Americans used, the Viet Cong, or VC. They were a huge problem for the US troops. With no uniforms to distinguish them from the other villagers in South Vietnam, it was very difficult to tell who was friend and who was foe.
You VC? Yeah, you Viet Cong, huh? You Viet Cong. You Viet Cong. I'm in Vietnam. You Viet Cong.
Half the time, the Americans were fighting an enemy they just couldn't pin down.
But the Viet Cong's ability to blend in was not their only advantage. They were also supplied by their powerful ally and effective controller in the north, Ho Chi Minh. The lifeline he set up to supply the Viet Cong was an incredible logistical feat. He sent North Vietnamese fighters, arms and equipment down the so-called Ho Chi Minh Trail, a network of unpaved roads and paths stretching hundreds of miles down the length of Vietnam. It was largely concealed in the jungle, just across the border, in supposedly neutral countries next door.
I traveled south down the Ho Chi Minh Trail twice. We literally had to hack or crawl our way through the jungle. Some people would carry up to 80 kilos on their shoulders. There were even some hill tribes people who would carry up to 90 kilos, which for the women was more than their own body weight.
The Ho Chi Minh Trail was vital to the communist war effort. And the weapon the United States deployed against it
was the might of its air power. Some of the bombing targets were strategic points in North Vietnam. Railways, bridges, factories and so on. Another target for the bombers, including giant B-52s, was the Ho Chi Minh Trail. The Americans hoped their bombing would cut off the lifeblood of the rebels in the south. Just one of these B-52s could drop over 100 bombs and devastate an area a mile long by a quarter of a mile wide. In South Vietnam, the bombers would act on intelligence reports and try to hit Viet Cong strongholds. High explosive bombs and napalm, an extremely flammable liquid, caused terrible destruction. And much of the countryside, on which so many depended, was laid to waste.
These bombs may have been hitting their targets, but they weren't doing much to win over the hearts and minds of the South Vietnamese people. Often, the targets were in or near populated villages, so inevitably, civilians were killed.
It also wasn't really a very good way of rooting out the communists. To do that, there was really no alternative but to go in on foot.
The South Vietnamese army and the Americans spent days patrolling the countryside, trying to hunt down the Viet Cong and looking for telltale signs that might indicate a Viet Cong presence. But they weren't just fighting an enemy that was scarcely visible, they were fighting the conditions too. The patrols were not made any easier by the scorching temperatures and the weight of the kit the American troops often had to carry with them.
I've been walking for a while now, and the first thing you notice obviously is the heat. It's about high 30 centigrade, probably just a bit over 100 degrees Fahrenheit. And the guys, the Americans, arrived in Vietnam, probably my age, probably a bit less, and most of them have probably never seen a country like this, never seen a climate like this, and I think that would have taken a lot of getting used to. It's sure difficult for me, but you know, the main thing, of course, which I don't have to worry about is that they were doing these patrols, they were carrying all this kit, and there were people trying to kill them. They wouldn't be getting any support, so they would have to eat, drink, apply medicines, and fight with just what they were carrying. Of course, this wasn't really the case for the Viet Cong. They could afford to travel a lot lighter because they had supply dumps in friendly villages. So often they were just carrying their weapon, the AK-47, a bag of rice and maybe a mosquito net or a tarp.
Their camouflage was excellent. I can remember an instance looking out, and I saw the side of a hill move. That's because it was them. They didn't make a lot of noise. We were noisy, but we had a lot of firepower. You could hear a marine company coming from a mile away.
These patrols could be fatal, and many of the troops thought them pointless anyway. The enemy was just too slippery, too elusive. He wouldn't come out and fight the kind of set-piece battle the Americans had been trained and equipped for.
The Americans did adapt to this new way of fighting, but just as they were beginning to make some headway in this war, everything changed.
During 1967, Ho Chi Minh had become increasingly concerned. His North Vietnamese army, the NVA, had suffered heavy losses, and victory still wasn't in sight. So he turned to his defense minister, General Vo Nguyen Giap, for a solution. The plan Giap came up with was a huge gamble. The North Vietnamese army and their Viet Cong allies would come out in the open
and fight in larger numbers than ever before. The aim? To smash the South Vietnamese government and drive the Americans out once and for all. By December 1967, American intelligence knew that something big was brewing. They received reports of significant activity on the Ho Chi Minh Trail, and then of a striking build-up of North Vietnamese troops near the American base of Khe Sanh, just south of the border. The communist enemy had suddenly become very visible. Over in Washington, the American President Lyndon Johnson and his advisors listened to the news with great interest. It seemed that at long last President Johnson was to get the pitched battle he'd been waiting for, and the battlefield was to be Khe Sanh. The American base of Khe Sanh was situated in an isolated, hilly corner of South Vietnam, just a few miles from the border with Laos. There's nothing left of the base today, but in January 1968, this base was home to thousands of American and South Vietnamese troops. Khe Sanh is the westernmost American stronghold near the demilitarized zone, and has been built to stop enemy infiltration from the north and disrupt supplies on the Ho Chi Minh Trail along here. Here is Khe Sanh, and this is how it was laid out. Over 6,000 Marines and South Vietnamese troops were housed in one heavily fortified combat base, built around an airstrip. Surrounding the combat base were hills, fortified with bunkers, dugouts and gun emplacements. By mid-January 1968, two whole North Vietnamese divisions, supported by elements of another division, some 20,000 men in all, had gathered in the hills around Khe Sanh.
In the early hours of January the 21st, North Vietnamese troops attacked an American-held hill just northwest of the base. Then, a few hours later, they launched a major attack on the very heart of the Khe Sanh combat base itself, right here. As the NVA consolidated their positions around the base, the Marines fought back ferociously, but they were surrounded. The NVA had managed to cut off their road link to the outside world. Now, the only way in and out of Khe Sanh was by air.
While the Marines fought hard to stop the North Vietnamese overrunning the vital high ground near the base, General Westmoreland directed more than 24,000 airstrikes against the attackers. He called it Operation Niagara. American aircraft dropped almost 100,000 tons of bombs during the siege. It was an operation that cost $1 billion.
Life for the besieged Marines quickly became a horrific ordeal. The base was shelled constantly. On average, 360 North Vietnamese rounds landed inside the perimeter each day. On the heaviest day of bombardment, 1,300 shells hit US positions.
There was wreckage thrown everywhere. Vehicles were smashed, windshields shattered, blown tires. Tents were shredded, pieces of gear, and torn sandbags were everywhere. What had been a combat base looked like rubble.
Back in Washington, President Johnson was deeply worried. To him, Khe Sanh had become the symbol of America's determination to hold the line in Southeast Asia against communism. He could not afford to let it fall. America's best units and one half of the US Army's mobile reserve in Vietnam were moved up north into the area. As the battle ground on, Johnson threw even more air power into the fight. At Khe Sanh, the Americans dropped around 5 tons of bombs for every one North Vietnamese soldier. Johnson was determined to win. He was convinced that defeat at Khe Sanh would be an unacceptable blow to American prestige. But what the Americans and South Vietnamese were about to discover was that when General Giap and Ho Chi Minh came up with their plan, Khe Sanh was not their main target. Ho Chi Minh's high command had a far bigger plan than the attack on Khe Sanh. While all American eyes were focused on the struggle for Khe Sanh, the leaders of the North Vietnamese Army and the Viet Cong met in bunkers like this to make final preparations for a far bigger assault. So far, the war had been largely confined to the countryside. But now, in an unprecedented move, Ho Chi Minh was to take the battle right into the heart of the towns and cities of South Vietnam. His strategy? To attack hundreds of political and military targets in those cities. And one of his essential aims, to provoke a popular uprising right across the country.
Communist fighters, weapons and supplies had been slipping into towns and cities across South Vietnam. They came in vegetable carts and even in funeral processions, all under the noses of the Americans and their South Vietnamese allies. But how was it that such a huge reservoir of men and supplies had been gathered so close to the cities, largely unnoticed by the Americans? One of the answers lay right beneath their feet.
Throughout the countryside of South Vietnam, the Viet Cong guerrilla fighters had constructed an intricate network of tunnels, and the entrances were always well hidden.
Ah, here we go. Now, this may look narrow, but believe me, it's actually been widened for Western tourists, so I should be able to fit in it no problem. Oh, just put some leaves to obscure the entrance when I've gone through.
This labyrinth of tunnels at Cu Chi near Saigon was over 200 miles long in total. This complex was so well hidden that an American base was unwittingly built right on top of it.
They had everything they needed down here. They had water, sleeping accommodation, storerooms, and even hospital facilities. What the Viet Cong had done in these dark and cramped tunnels was create a hidden fighting community capable of taking the battle into the heart of Saigon and the surrounding area.
We were working day and night. It was a time of very secret and intensive activity. That's why Cu Chi was important. The tunnels were where preparations were made.
By the end of January 1968, these tunnels were busier than ever.
The weapons stockpiled here were smuggled into the cities. All this was in preparation for the largest communist onslaught of the Vietnam War.
As January drew to a close, most Vietnamese were preoccupied with preparations of a very different kind.
The Tet Lunar New Year was approaching, a very important holiday in the Vietnamese year, rather like Christmas and Thanksgiving and Easter all rolled up into one. And many South Vietnamese soldiers, believing that a traditional truce was in effect, had been given leave to go off and visit their families in the country. But as festivities got going that evening in late January, there was a lot more happening than met the eye.
It was January the 31st, and under cover of the Tet celebrations, a group of Viet Cong were driving towards downtown Saigon. Their mission? To take control of the government radio station and then broadcast a call to arms for the people to rise up and overthrow the government of South Vietnam. Just before 3 a.m., the convoy of Viet Cong fighters pulled up outside the building.
One of the Viet Cong leapt out of the lead jeep and shot dead the confused radio station guard. The war had come to the heart of Saigon. The Tet offensive had begun.
With the capital of South Vietnam under attack, news crews in the city relayed eyewitness reports into homes across the world.
Well, here we are. We're right in the center of Saigon, just opposite the presidential palace. And I am in the driveway of the Republic of South Korean Embassy. This gunfire that you can hear is pretty close. It's coming in above our heads. It seems like a major firefight is starting at this moment.
As the night wore on, news of attacks poured in from all over the city. General Westmoreland's own headquarters was attacked, and the nearby airport of Tan Son Nhut. The Viet Cong even seized the racetrack at Phu Top. It was the perfect rallying point for their fighters. But they also wanted to hold it to prevent the Americans from using it as a helicopter landing zone. In the city's center, they attacked the naval dockyard, and the radio station they stormed was nearby. Even the presidential palace came under attack. But there was another objective that night, just a block away from the palace. It may have been less imposing, but it was to prove a much more rewarding target.
Earlier, a group of Viet Cong fighters had gathered in the garage to make final preparations for this attack.
Now, everybody present at this meeting were members of the Viet Cong C-10 battalion. They may have been few in number, and they may have had limited firepower, but the results of that night's C-10 mission would reverberate around the world. Here at the US Embassy, the symbol of American power and presence in Vietnam, that C-10 squad of Viet Cong fighters from the garage blew a 3-foot hole in the bottom of this perimeter wall. Their two leaders rushed in but were shot and killed by the American guards. Those guards then radioed for help, but it was the last message they'd ever sent, because then they too were gunned down in a hail of VC fire. After killing the guards, the remaining Viet Cong poured through the hole in the wall and into the compound itself. But their leaders were dead, and the momentum petered out. Instead of charging forward into the heart of the embassy, they took up position around here and simply fired pot shots at the building.
A few blocks away from the American embassy, news of the chaos had reached newspaper and television reporters staying nearby. They rushed to the scene to find that reinforcements sent by American commanders were still milling around outside the embassy compound, with the Viet Cong inside.
Lying flat in the gutter, I didn't know where the VC attackers were holed up, or where the fire was coming from, but we knew it was the big story.
The journalists couldn't believe what was happening. From what they could see, it seemed that the VC had stormed and captured part of the US Embassy right here in the heart of Saigon. Realizing the huge symbolic implications of this, they sent back reports within hours of the attack from the beleaguered embassy to news desks right around the world.
Now CIA men and MPs have gone into the embassy and are trying to get the snipers out by themselves.
Military police got back into the compound of the $2.5 million embassy complex at dawn. Before that, a platoon of Viet Cong were in control. The communist raiders never got into the main chancery building. A handful of Marines had it locked and kept them out. But the raiders were everywhere else.
By the time people back home were watching the shocking news reports from the embassy, the Americans had regained the upper hand. What one US commander described as a piddling platoon action was all over within 6 hours. But what may have seemed militarily insignificant was crucial to the battle for the minds of the American public. The pictures on television of the Viet Cong on American soil, here inside their own embassy compound, sent shockwaves across the United States. In spite of this, the reality in Saigon was that the embassy attack had been crushed and the threat to the capital had been contained. Any fighting now was just mopping up. But the Tet offensive was far from over. Within minutes of each other, scores of bases, towns and cities had been attacked all over the country. One US general said his map was lighting up with news of assaults like a pinball machine. An estimated 84,000 troops, North Vietnamese and Viet Cong, had hurled themselves at the centers of power. The Americans and South Vietnamese managed to restore control very quickly. Everywhere, that is, except in one of the most important cities in the country. What happened there was to be one of the bloodiest battles in the Vietnam War. Previously untouched by war, the ancient city of Hue was one of the most revered places in the country. A center of learning, religion and culture, this imperial city had huge symbolic importance for both North and South Vietnam. But now, Hue would have a unique claim to fame for very different reasons. In just 2 hours, on the 31st of January, communist forces captured and gained control of the city. The occupying force was determined to destroy the South Vietnamese elite in Hue. They immediately rounded up everyone they thought was a threat. As many as 5,000 people disappeared. The American High Command and its South Vietnamese allies could not allow Hue to remain in communist hands under any circumstances. If this venerated city wasn't recaptured soon, it would be a spectacular propaganda victory for Ho Chi Minh. Hue is really two cities on either side of the Perfume River. To the north, the old Vietnamese imperial city, a gigantic 200-year-old citadel. And on the south bank of the river, the new city. Some 5,000 North Vietnamese and Viet Cong had stormed the northwest wall of the old city and had taken control of much of the ancient citadel. They'd also seized the new city to the south of the river. Only two places in Hue held out against the communists: a South Vietnamese compound in the northeast corner of the citadel and an American compound on the south side of the river near the bridge. What the Americans didn't yet know was just how strong the communist occupying force was. They were soon to find out. At 4:10 on the afternoon of the 31st of January, 160 Marines moved off towards the Nguyen Hoang Bridge, with orders to reach the South Vietnamese army compound
inside the citadel.
Just as the Marines reached the middle of the bridge here, a machine gun opened up on the far bank right in front of them. 10 Marines were killed or wounded, and the rest, taking cover, hit the deck.
One of my recollections was the bullets flying off the bridge's steel girders. They have a distinctive sound.
The commander had serious doubts about leading his men forward, but he felt he had to obey his orders to cross the bridge and continue his mission. The Marines pushed on. They walked up this street here from the bridge and turned right towards the citadel. Ahead of them was the imposing Tongtu Gate.
I just turned the corner and got to about the first tree on the right. And suddenly all hell broke loose and a hail of bullets rained down on us from the gate up the street in front. I looked up, and all I could see were the muzzle flashes of NVA machine guns. NVA soldiers were dug in on top of the gate and citadel wall. We were like sitting ducks.
With 5 men killed and 44 wounded in just 1 hour, the commander realized it would be crazy to proceed. He gave the order to retreat.
The Marines made their way back over the bridge to their base in the new city.
So, at the end of day 1 of the Tet Offensive in Hue, the Americans had a better idea of the mammoth task they were facing. Rather than risk more casualties venturing across the bridge again, they determined to clear the new city on the southern side of the river. From the safety of their compound, they started to move out westwards in 2 parallel columns, with a tank leading each one. Their objective, to reach Hue's local government building, that now had a Viet Cong flag flying on its rooftop. This was just 800 meters, about 850 yards down the street. It should take hours at most. They were in for a rude shock. The Marines were about to face some of the hardest fighting of the entire Vietnam War.
Most of the Marines had spent the last few months fighting in the countryside. Many had little or no experience of combat in urban areas. To make matters worse, the US High Command had banned the use of heavy artillery and airstrikes in Hue. This historic city was not to be destroyed. The Marines were on their own. Without this support and in the face of fierce opposition, progress was painfully slow. It took the Marines half a day just to get from here to there.
We'd been trained to fight out in jungles and rice paddies. That's what we've been doing until Hue. In Hue, the NVA were properly dug in everywhere. We couldn't go through any open space. We had to find a completely new way of fighting.
As the Marines in Hue were quickly discovering, it's a lot harder to retake a city than it is to defend it, especially if each house has been turned into a fortress. To find out more about urban clearing, Jan and I joined the 1st Battalion of the British Parachute Regiment on a training exercise.
So that's all ready?
Yeah, I think so.
I hung back with the commanding officer.
Just waiting for each bayonet.
Sure.
While Dan, in full combat gear, was poised for action. The brief was to clear 4 houses of an enemy who had infiltrated the village. An urban environment is extremely difficult to secure because it provides so many opportunities for effective defense. In Hue, the Marines had to deal with troops who could be anywhere in the buildings, from the rooftops to the cellars.
Rapid fire in 10! Rapid!
So you've got to be all the time on the lookout, all the way around you. Up, down, behind you,
Yeah,
sideways.
360-degree battlefield.
With a special camera mounted on my helmet, I recorded all the action as we moved towards the first building.
That's 8 platoon are assaulting now, so that's the break-in. That's our main effort to get that first building.
In goes Dan.
The first thing is to get a grenade in there quickly, and then pour in rifle fire.
That's it, go ahead! Get moving!
Urban fighting eats up resources and manpower.
Go!
Once you're actually in the first room, you then have to search out every part of it. It is dark and you have no idea what you're up against. You have to keep communicating with one another, but very quickly it gets totally chaotic. The American Marines had only 4 blocks to clear in Hue, but it's easy to see how tough a job that was.
Amazing how many people it takes to clear a house.
Yeah, it's going to take up to a company of 100 men to clear these 4 houses, so a platoon in each, and that's stretching us.
You've got to clear every single room one at a time, and in each room there could be booby traps, tripwires, trapdoors and hidden entrances. Around every corner there could be someone about to kill you.
Get him in, Millside! Go!
I move!
Get the wall!
You've got 3 windows, 1 door, top left entry point, okay? All happy with that one, so...
Yeah, it's got the ladder on it.
See, that's the ladder on it, yeah. Okay, let's go! Go, go! Okay, Stuart, let's get back, move back!
One enemy dead! One friendly casualty! Yeah. Go on, mate, get up! 2 enemy dead! 3 dead now!
Okay.
The exercise was over and the buildings retaken.
Alex, tell us what you made of the operation. I mean, that was a typical para operation, clearing houses. How successful do you think it was?
It went according to plan and about the same timescale. It took us about 2 hours, I think, to take the 4 buildings.
And the overwhelmingly noticeable and striking thing about it all has been the number of people required to clear just a few buildings here. It's extraordinary, isn't it?
Yeah, there's no... You can't deploy your kind of, you know, your fantastic technology and your strike aircraft or your artillery, because it's a matter of cleaning out every single room, and there's no other way than doing that. It's the good old-fashioned send in the infantry and clean it out room by room. And the idea of doing that day after day after day like those guys in Hue is unimaginable.
February 3rd, 4 days into the Tet Offensive, the ban on supporting air attacks in the new city was finally lifted. With this